All right, we started. We heard a ding dong. We did go live. No telling. Let's go to the
Not
edge.
yet.
We can have the whole web browser, but we only
All right.
need the edge. There, it went live. It went live on mine. We start. Mute. Pause.
Okay.
And then we got two watching now. Started less than a minute ago. Hello, two watching. If one of those is not me, myself, and I. All right, so we can take.
If that's the case, it's multiples because you got you yourself, I and myself, and we,
Or we,
and
or
us.
many. Oh, come on. Garbage. Microsoft's Edge is not cooperating. Don't be difficult when I'm trying to have a fun stream, a live stream, which we haven't done in a couple months.
At least.
Or a month. Hello, three watching now. There are three watching now. That window goes down there at the bottom. Click the other one. And then it said two watching now. Well, peace out then, G. Unless you're still there. And we will say, you could be number 504. Like, subscribe, building. Bing. All right, we got chat in the chat. Let's close the text file. 400 p.m. Went live. Save. Close. Free the resources out of your computer. And then I probably shouldn't have put the edge all the way over there. I might need it back. So we could discuss, what does 500 mean? 500 means you can get memberships. If it's 500 means I have 2 out of 3 of the check boxes checked. Everybody pay attention. If you're going to one day, under duress is here. Hello, sir. I hope your name is Scott because I wrote it as Scott in the description. Anyway, I'm not going to type back in the chat. I'm going to say, wow, check you out in the chat. I would give you a moderator since you gave me one, but I still haven't figured that much out yet. Even though YouTube tried to give me a how-to when I first logged in this afternoon about managing my community and doing all that jazz. Moderators are important, YouTube tells me. I'm aware, YouTube. I'm aware. Everybody, see under duress in the chat. Get over there. He needs like 25 more to be back over 1,000. When I first subscribed to his channel, he had 1026. Now he's at like 976. We'll look it up in a minute. YouTube. Oh, I can't do that. Let's do this. Open link in a new window. Oh, the difficulties. The horror. The horror. Now, get the little gooberty gal back where I can see it on the other screen. Zoop. Two watching now. And then here's another one. There's another thing in the YouTube Creator Studio. It was a while back. Now it vanished again. Stop it. Computer. We go over here. On a computer. With Windows 11. So far, several browsers. This all works out the same. This is about how your YouTube landing or homepage should appear. Scroll your You section. Because it is all about you. And go to your videos. That gives you your Creator Studio. It automatically goes to content. which has lots of neat
That question will have
statistics.
to wait till you're not on air.
Yep.
I have a question for Dean, the gun trainer. This is not time or place.
Well, put a pin in it.
I
Yes,
am.
you did, sir.
That-
Under duress says, I've never had over 1,000. Yeah. I have screenshots. I could dig them up somewhere. I live life by the screenshot. Because I was like, you're number 1026. You had 1025. And then, so I took a screenshot. And then when I put my subscriber on it, it said 1026. Anyway, once you go to your studio, it goes automatically to videos. Go back to your dashboard. You can see how you're doing. Look, 503 subscribers. Yay. And I have an achievement. Never saw it before. Let's screenshot it. And on the other screen, it says, click here to mark it up. Let's draw a circle around it. 500 subs. It's all that. And of course, the kitty catties are getting all the views. Kitty catties are good subscriber bait. Thanks, wild kittens and their wild mother, who's on the thumbnail. So you get a general overview and the whole views thing. Once upon a time, over here, Ask Studio your new creative partner. How about no thank you? News roundups, Creator Insider, timestamps are the new clips. Pink is the new black. Why, it's got to be black. I don't know. Under duress. 126. No, sir. And we will rebuild it better, stronger, faster. Everybody go over there, listen to whatever streams are available. If you missed it, you missed it. He's a very well-spoken biblical missionary on the YouTubes, I think. I'm sorry, sir, if I offend. You say things in a very smart, intelligent, inspirational, motivational, logical kind of way that relates to the oldest literature on planet Earth's. Creator Insider, newsflash notifications. Don't get comfortable. Creator advice. I'm never comfortable, dude, bruh. But anyway, somewhere in all these little clickers that was in the dashboard or the community or whatever, it had a thing about what's up with those YouTube views and the skews and how it'll say on my screen 2 watching now, but obviously there's more than 2. So anyway, all that, and then when you go back to content, it tells you that you had XYZ number of views. See, it says I have 7. Oh no, that's the old one. Let's go live. Look at live. Live viewers currently 2. I know of 3 already. But it had 2 others hop in and out. Very good. You get to see where it says comments. That means comments under the video, either before or after you went live. People can comment like regular YouTube videos. That does not count chats. Analytics gives you all the good numbers and a little chart and a pie. I don't know how to see more, but whatever. Community used to be called community. Then they changed it to posts so it would fit better on a phone. I don't blame them. It automatically filters by things you have not responded to. One day, and that day it was coming soon. I put it in the description. We're just skipping all the the thousands and the 5,000s. We're going straight to 10,000 or a million. And that day will come very soon. That this screen will be full of comments that you have not responded to. I still have no mentions anywhere on the internet, on YouTube internet. See, they changed community to posts. Now they added back community, and if you turn it on, it allows anybody to post on your posts tab. But I'm not going to risk that because I imagine that would allow the Russian bots. No offense meant, .ru, to post all their nasty grams and stuff and disinformation. The one you want to look for is this Earn tab. It's a helpful how-to. See, before I can apply, I got to set up my two-step verifications. And then once I do that, it will take me to the next step after that to get monetized. So you have to look at your eligibility. I got 2 blue bars, enough subscribers, and enough uploads. And they don't care what you upload. Get uploading. You got to keep your uploads going. One a month. It's not that hard. Do yourself a vlog of walking to your... Sorry, sir. I'm busy looking at screens and I have the overhead lights on. I'm going to have to go away in a minute because whatever. The chat said, and let me get it over here in case YouTube deletes the chats one day. How do you take a screenshot on a computer? If you have a full-size keyboard, it is the PRT, SCN, or other print screen, and then it's got a line through it and says SysRQ or System Request Key. On my laptop keyboard, it only has the PRTS button. But on a full-size computer keyboard with Windows, I don't know on a Mac. Mac has magic. It's real easy on a Mac too. I'm so out of practice, I don't remember. If you look at the left arrow key between all the stuff, you go straight up, you'll have delete, then insert, and then straight up from that is print screen sys request. That'll open up your Microsoft Windows snipping tool. Or you can just type in your Microsoft Windows search bar, type snip, and you'll get snipping tool. And then you can tell it new. And it says press your Windows key plus Shift plus S. So that's another way to do it. Windows key, Shift, S. Or you can just one button it by doing a print screen. If you have a small keyboard that doesn't have the print screen button, then you have to do this, 3 keys. Or type snipping tool, get it open, and click on new screenshot. Boop. Let's get a screenshot. There it is. If you do it that way, the way I did it, I have my settings set to auto save these. Mine says screenshots are automatically saved to your screenshots folder. You can turn it off in the settings. By default, it was not on. I had to go find out how to turn that magic on. Okay, I think we're done with that tutorial. Let this sit a minute so we can have all the chat on the stream later, the video. Anyway, so you got to have uploads. You got to have subscribers. Then, here's the hard part. You got to have 3,000 public watch hours. On a laptop, And the print screen button didn't do it. Mm, that might be something you have to enable, I guess. I don't remember if I enabled that in my whatever. I guess try that. The Windows key is at the bottom left between Control and Alt. It's 4 little crooked angle squares. You got to hold that one, hold the Shift key, press and release S, and then release the first 2 you held. I will look further later. Roger that. But you, sir, and George, you got to get uploading the videos. Read the description. I told everybody to nag you. I guess you have to go turn on your community so that we can all nag you all over your posts page. When are you going to upload some miniatures? You are not, sir. We're just having fun, being live. Gonna go back often and remind ourselves. Yay, 500 subscribers. And cute mama cat jumping up to get her head rubbed, which she never does. Her brother used to do that. Her brother was my friend. She was never friendly to me because she's a wild cat. So we gotta produce out of these 3 video uploads every 90 days. I gotta start getting something up here that gets more watch hours. And I can't convince my good woman to get up here and do jumping jacks in a old white t-shirt or something. Just kidding, just kidding. But it is a true story. She's somebody's mother and grandmother for G word's sake. The other G word that we can't say anymore. So once you get this done, you get the ability to excite your audience with access to exclusive perks and monthly paying member as a monthly paying member. So you can start memberships at 500. I'm not sure what else you can do. Support forums, additional creator tools. You can do all kinds of stuff at 500 and not or and yeah, girl bump chests get lots of views. I saw one today that YouTube recommended for me for a short about some girl climbing on a horseback like I did in my horse videos. See the playlists. But because she had a cut-off t-shirt above her belly button and a girl rear end in jeans, she has 6.4 million views on her 2-week-old short. That 12-year-old horse video of me and that horse and me doing it all natural has like 31 views. Gotta get the watch hours up. We've already
Well,
looked
you can try
into,
wearing a midriff shirt and see if that'll work.
or, I'll just go find me a 1950s or 60s Maidenform bra. There it is. Back in the good old days. Maidenform had for like 30 years, maybe more. I dreamed I was something in my Maidenform bra ad campaign. It was a long living ad campaign. I remember it. That's the game. Back to the tube. Where are you, tube? See what I did there? So yeah, gotta get the hours. Then, future milestone or marker. You get to earn from the ads, and when YouTube Premium people watch your stuff, you get paid. And lots of creators will tell you Oh, hello, Elizabeth. The mother, you're ranked number 1 on the thanks. The big speech is written in the description. Those old bras. Look at Some Like It Hot to see 1 or 10 on Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, and those 2 guys. We did Some Like It Hot in the movie Madness back in the day in the live streams. I don't remember the 2 guys. Bob Hope, maybe? Who was in Some Like It Hot? We'll look it up in a while.
Tony Curtis, Marilyn Monroe, and what's his name from Odd Couple?
Yeah, them. But isn't Some Like It Hot the one where the guys ended up in dresses, or was that another Marilyn Monroe movie?
Yes. Yes.
Well, them guys were hot. Hey, baby. I wonder if they dreamed of being Marilyn Monroe in their made-in-form bras. Not a sponsor, but you could be.
Jack Lemmon, that was who I was trying to think of.
The Odd Couple was a
Tony
good
Curtis,
show.
Jack Lemmon, and Marilyn Monroe.
So we're on our way to 1,000. Now these bars are highly more elevated. And I don't know of another way other than, and I don't remember who I discussed it with the other day, that we make all the jokes that, you know, girly chest bump figurines are supposedly what sells, but 9 out of 10 of the top YouTubers are men who identify suchly cisgendered, proud males. Go figure. So we got to get 1,000. That is a milestone. Really got to unhook it and figure out, how do I get more watch hours? So that's where, under your Earn tab on your studio, content detection, even though I do have some warnings, I have nothing where somebody has requested. This screen shows requested by somebody that your video be blocked or taken down or your channel get a strike. So all that, 500, yay. Each and every, see the description, MF and one of you. Earn. Where did it have the little thing? Ta-da. I never got a bell dingy or bell thingy. But I got this. I got a trophy. Let's zoom it and get a screenshot. Zoom a zoom zoom. Kablam. Gotta have it. I do have MineSweeper online. They don't sponsor me, and I don't have a paid by them, paid for them, because I'm a broke joker. I just still didn't get a text. Of course, about 2 minutes before go live, the Mart of Wall sent me a text that the order was supposed to be here, maybe tomorrow. Was going to be here at 4:21 p.m. Part of why I can't buy myself a $39 game. Having elderlies and having to organize that fell down 10 days ago or so and cracked 4 ribs. And it was just past the first of the month, but we held out for a minute. Went and did got to make the cupboards not bare anymore. Monthly or bi-monthly ordering at the Mart of Wall. And that cost $275 and still didn't have 2 of the items we need. Life is expensive. And then last week, my automobile ate 460 of my dollars. And the week before that, something else grabbed some money. Life likes to steal your money. So I'm still thinking. That's why today we're doing a free online MineSweeper marathon. If we ever get that far, we may just talk about stuff. We may do movie madness. Even though I don't like to look at Marilyn Monroe or think about Marilyn Monroe or whatever her real name is. You know, it sounds too demented. All right, let's get rid of this window. The earn window. 3 watching now. The number was flickering so fast. I think it was either 3 or 1 or 3 or 7, but it was flickering at the speed of a supercomputer. Yay, computer. Does anybody know? I don't even know what year the. I dreamed I was a social butterfly and my maiden form bra lady is. Does anybody know who that bra lady is? The model? I often wonder, where are they now? Who are they now? Some super famous people started out, doing the weekend circulars for the local department store. All kinds of ads, not just bras. And Mark Wahlberg, aka or artist formerly known as the Marky Mark. Remember, he started showing off his tidy whities after he stole that body from me. They say money talks, but mine usually says goodbye. Yep. I thought about life to me is amazing and filled with miracles. I guess that's why, thank God daily, I get things like a free $40,000 truck when I needed it for our equine therapy program. God bless. Yes, ma'am. And we're supposed to be good Jews and put G star D and don't spell that out. That always amazes me. Like, I could understand if you were not wanting to write it out in the, I think it's 12 total different title label names of the one true. But I think, and it was a thing, Scott, when you put up that you were gonna something about the C word. That was a really good live stream. Lots of C words. But I thought the one that what you were talking about that gets you in trouble on YouTube was Christ. But it really was a, I don't remember the C word that was the key word. I believe in God, not so much any religion. They tend to be run by OCD adults with good hearts and good intentions. Yeah, but their good intentions pave the road to our HE double toothpicks. Yeah, and there was another one you used. I do like your description and whatever. Whenever I talk about that, I call it a multi generational lie. Many, many generations. And then my good woman, my Priscilla, your items are arriving soon. We'll leave the order at your door. Thank you. Don't run over my kitty catties. I stepped on the kitty cat's foot yesterday, one of the babies. Or it stuck its leg under my foot. It squeaked, it cried. Then it leapt over everybody and pounced on its bucket of water I gave it. And then it was forgotten. Cognitive dissonance is, but it's something more than that. If you come up with a better term, because you have much better terms than me, what the scholarly I hate to call him a preacher, and I can't remember his name right now. Teacher that my wife listens to. She's far more studious and better at that stuff than me. Like you, sir. Um, he calls it, and he has a very fancified Irish accent. He calls it the mature deception. That And so that George, you and Elizabeth, and anybody who happens across this later and listens will discover. I see my view count drop to nothing. See what happens under duress, Scott. I am partially retarded. Yeah, we'll call you O apostrophe under duress. It's that when somebody comes to a point in their life, and George has been in and on me several many times in classes. That's another thing you guys can go pester George about. He did his inaugural concealed carry handgun class with me assisting him a month and a half ago. I just got a text from a Bible study friend who wanted to know how am I so calm and peaceful. I said, not sure. Just believe and be grateful. Yeah. All the smarter than me people say, when they say lift it up, they mean throw it up there, hand it off, give it away to them. Don't live a fearful or a worrisome life. And it's easy for us to say that. Anyway, back to cognitive dissonance. This is whole fiber dissonance. This people's molecules vibrate and then go silent when they have to realize, or it starts to realize in their brain or heart, that yes, your parents, your grandparents, and all of theirs and many generations were wrong. It's a very hard thing for people to accept. And your teachers and their teachers and your pastor preachers, that just because they're older than you doesn't mean that they're 100% right. And that really, I call it, my Uncle Homer calls it popping someone's spring, or you could hear when his spring popped, is what he used to say about people who's something shocking happened to them. And now it says Walmart delivery has arrived. Yay. And like figuring out, George has experienced a lot with people. They got their way about the G words, the firearms, especially the handheld ones, and I tell them untwist those thumbs. And then I show them and let them feel it. Hold it in your hands. I'm going to take my 2 fingers and move that gun all the way over for a right-handed G-word man to the left, and I don't care how hard you hold it with both of those hands with that cross thumb, because it's physics, not physical strength. Go see my little short videos. It's just that easy. Especially if you don't have the hand that gun was designed for. Sorry, Google Tube. I said it. The 3-letter G word. You can hear their spring pop. I never heard that before. I'm stealing it. Yeah, I always try to credit who I borrow or recapture phrases from. That's why I said up front. My Uncle Homer said that since I was a child. Just remember, you got it from Homer, if anyone should ever ask. But I always say, like, you could hear their brain slosh in their head or the light went out of their eyes. Because, man, when it's something beyond cognitive dissonance. And it happens a lot with the religious, like I remember what the other one, contradictions. That was the one you said a lot in the C word video. Cognitive dissonance, and when it comes to contradictions, and you talked about, there may be some in the Bible. So figure it out. Think on it, pray on it, study on it, ask knowledgeable people, or happen across them on the internet and listen. That's why I typed in a reply to that one, obviously angry, agnostic, atheistic person, that if when you listen to anybody speak, if you look for the part that you were looking for to say, see, that's the one, you're wrong, you're always going to find it. You always can. Especially if you'll pick words out of, some, like Scott there does a whole hour long live stream, and you pick a word at minute 1, minute 3, and minute 17, pile them together. Those 3 words are all he said. Well, not exactly. Yes, outhouse lawyer, he did say those 3 words, but not in context and in order. Anyway, I leave that up to the much betters than me, but if you come up with a better word of cognitive dissonance on toast, it's not just cognitive, it's like soul dissonance, spiritual dissonance. And I hope that most people don't ever have to suffer it. Like, how old were you when you figured out? Just because people got older than you doesn't mean they're smarter than you. Delusion. Kinda. Anyway, all that for watching now. Hello, number 4 or 5 or 17 or I don't know how many. And then 3 watching now. And man, that number flippy floppy so fast. I shouldn't leave it on my screen. I should do like I used to do and just ignore the number. But I have to have that little bar down there, because if it turns red, that means the stream disconnected. And oh poop, I realized I put this, now I realize I left it on Wi-Fi, which regularly goes out on my laptop. I didn't plug in the wire. Well, we'll see how it goes. If it quits, it quits. 500. Image is credited in the thing. I hope they don't issue a copyright strike. It didn't say anything under the licensing or whatever. It came from Adobe stock. Or Adobe. But I just clicked on it because that's what came up under images, 500 balloons in the Giggle Bar search. And then I clicked over to images tab. That one looked cool. And so I credited it in the description. Don't bust my chops, Adobe. The dark, and we're having many. Priscilla wants to call him an ocelot. Call his name Ocelot. She says his color is like an ocelot. And we have discovered, I don't even know what an ocelot is. How do you spell it? Ocelot. Did you mean? These are results for ocelot. No, not Dark Souls. Not the Dark Souls. It's a kitty cat. Feline. How do you spell it? I don't even know how to spell it. Ocel. Ah. Yeah, that's the one I meant. Underneath and overneath his dark color, he has stripes all down his neck, and he has what looks more like cheetah spots all on his body, the dark one. And he does have ocelot eyes, but that's like his mama's eyes. Look at this kitty catty's eyes. Zoom a zoom zoom. And then we'll go back here and look at his mama eyes. She has lovely eyes. His started blue, and my granddaughter told me yesterday that all babies, kittens, start with blue eyes. I haven't verified that yet. But grew from the center out green, just the exact same color of his mama's eyes. Now his eyes are turning yellow with horizontal dark stripes in them. It's amazing. Ocelot. Anyway, Priscilla says we should name him that. But then today, his mother brought him a mole. She KI'd it. This is the first time I watched a live stream from a laptop. The interface is different than the self-monitoring and I can't read it. It's on the small screen. Hold the line, please. This is the first time I watched a live stream from a laptop. The interface is different than the self-monitoring analysis and reporting technology phones. Yes. I've never done any, I don't have the app or anything else on my phone. If I start branching off, and I have thought about it, like especially with the kitty catties, let's get the app in the phone and go outside and play with the kittens live. Wild kittens live streaming. Anyway, kitty catty's eyes are starting to look a lot like this cat's eyes. Very yellowish with these lines through it. Zoom, zoom, zoom some more. And I got some couple pictures of it, but they're not very good. But anyway, all his color, he's getting, the dark one is getting like 2 little 3 hair clusters of white on his forehead up here. Yeah, you can see the mouse thing. I'm gonna have to figure me out one of those crazy mouse pointers. But he does have long vertical stripes down his neck and then little circles all, it's barely visible, but his legs are pure black, all 4 legs. So Priscilla first said call him ocelot, and then she said call him something, and I said how about chocolat or coffee. But today his mama brought him a dead mole. She brought, yeah, on the black one. I don't think I have any pictures. Pictures right here on the main computer. All the pictures are on the Who's phone. Pause, please. Let's see if this one has any good stills. Hey, where'd you go? Hello? There it is.
Oh,
It's can I not zoom this? Oh, you can't zoom Windows Media Player. You monster. This is when I uploaded it somewhere. I tried to sneak up on the sleeping babies. See, that's when his eyes were very green. Let's see. You can sort of see his little orangish spots. Why can't I zoom? Hello? You really can't. Windows Media Player. I have a feature ad request. He's got 2 little white spots on his top of his head right here between his ears. And now his eyes are turning bright yellow. They were bright green right there. I don't know that I have anything else that's a current. All kittens' eyes are blue for the first 4 to 5 weeks of their lives. No, I didn't know that, and I guess I'll take your word as confirmation. My granddaughter just told me that yesterday, and I said, learn something every day. But they all did. All three started with very blue eyes. And nope, I don't have another good picture current of the kitty catty. I'll get another one soon. Not today. We're playing live stream right now. But today, the way he rounced and pounced, and I got a good video that I might upload into the shorts later. After he played for about an hour with his dead mole, he finally chewed it up and ate it. And he even growled at his mother for getting near him while he was having mole. I had about 100 kittens, and they all had the baby blues. Yeah, my mom would definitely know more about that. She's more cat people and many more kitten affiliated. I don't mind them, and I'll feed them and force them to be friendly as much as I can. But if it was a dog, that'd be a whole nother story. I'm a dog people. That's a lot. I guess I can see that. Remember, get a good video of his colors. So then, after seeing his attitude about his thing and the way he hunts after his siblings, he does the mama lion crawling across the low grass tundra belly crawl, trying to sneak up on his mother or siblings and pounce them. So today she started calling him Hunter. She said, maybe we'll call him Hunter. And I would just do a poll or a quiz and put it on the internet and say, name the kitty catty, but whatever she names it, that's what its name is. I learned from a horse guy a long time ago that, especially for the cats, they're all, oh, that's boy cat, that's girl cat. Girl cat grew up, had babies, now she's mama cat. Mm-mm-mm. Should we MineSweeper marathon? What were we going to look up? Movie madness. Some like it hot. Go to the IMDb. I know I've done it before on a live stream, but Marilyn Monroe, Tony Curtis, Jack Lemmon. Do we do the hello photos? We'll go fast. Let's try to see Marilyn Monroe or Tony Curtis in a brassiere. Hey, baby. Excuse me, ma'am, he says with his good drama hand. This is a good drama hand photo. See his hand? I learned in an acting class at the American Academy. Yes, that academy. The American Academy of the Dramatic Arts. We watched a video from the guy that was the Godfather, the famous actor. I was always bad with names, but I don't know. Worse the older you get. It'll come to me later. And his main lesson is that the drama is in the hands. Good drama hands, sir. Good drama hands. Well, there's Marilyn Monroe in a see-through. A sheer. What's her real name? I don't know.
Norma Ray.
Yeah, that. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I heard that
I
there's
just
a
had to remember the
chemical.
song.
I heard that there's a chemical or hormone that they produce. Their prey produces when they're tortured to DOA, and that cats feed on when they slowly KIA their prey. Marlin. Yeah. Let's see. Elizabeth said there are. Fancy photo. Hello, photo. Ugh. That does not flatter. Guys are not supposed to care, but
There they are, both in drag.
her too. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Oh, there it is. The smoochy face of the new millennium. Daggone girl, you're not very feminine, are you? Must be one of them German athletes. Sorry, Germany. Didn't mean to be racist. There was rumors about those 1936 nasty Germans Olympics. May have involved shots. Oh, let's look at the lovely teeth in Some Like It Hot. Is that her? Marilyn Monroe. Because, it's all about those lovely teeth. Oops, it scrolled too far. Oops. That's not a very good picture with her eyes like that. Kelly Weird always had a token cross-dresser in their productions. Yep, sure did. It was, was showing my Priscilla the other day that this whole thing, and it really culminated in the 70s. The the big problem we're having now with all this proud of everything, proud pro and proud anti, whether it's clothes or complete biologicals, man, it was a nightmare in the 60s all over old Europe and Australia and Spain, England, culminating in, of course, one of the greatest movies I've ever seen. I love it, love it, love it. The Rocky Horror Picture Show. Kind of making fun of the whole thing and how uptight everybody was about it. I guess we didn't do it in America back in the 60s and 70s, so we'll do it in 2025. Is it cold in there, or are you just glad to see Scott? Maryland. Just saying. I never knew she had a, whatever they call that, where the eyes don't track when they look to the side 100% equally. Most people's don't, but hers is kind of, unless they Photoshop this or something, floating. Yeah, that's it. Besides, in this picture, Are you really looking at her eyes? Yes, I am. I try to be a gentleman. That's why I thought it was cold. Not her, some people were. We're all of a different day and age. And lots of people here, if Brad gets in here, he'll know. My brother would know for sure. Who remembers pressure cookers that when they hit their selected pressure, a little button popped out? Well, she had something eyes. Hang on. Can't read it. It's too small. She had gentle eyes. There. Now I can breathe easier. I covered up her beautiful eye. Zzz, and her thermometer. Get off my screen, Marilyn. You're distracting me. Who was phone? Hello? Who are phone? Oh yeah, go see Sweet Anita. She started live streaming. I don't know if she's still doing, but like just use the one software, two streams. The eighth wonder of the world is now streaming for about the last month on the YouTube. She's a British or Scottish girl with Tourette's. I have the old Presto cooker. It pops up when it's under duress. Well played, sir. Well played. Well, no brassieres, but lots of shears. And lots of dudes in dresses. My wife is one of those that, even for comedy, she says that's insidious and subtle and devil work, that it desensitizes people to it to make it comedy. If everybody thinks it's comedy, then everybody stops being offensed by things. I just grew up too hard. I'm not offensed by much. As long as you keep your stuff off of me and don't try to make me see it your way and don't touch me, I'm all good. You do you. But I can understand what she's saying, how it desensitizes. First we laugh about it, then we realize we're not upset by it anymore. There's some other nice smiley teeth lady. From a faraway distance, she looks almost like Kirsten Dunst in a time warp. Up close, not so much. Whoever you are, Grace Lee Whitney, you caused me a mental association. Well, I'm sure if I just typed Marilyn Monroe bra and let Google image results show me her in her brassiere, I could see it. But I'm not interested. Kablunk. There, we did some movie madness, including Hello Photo. Oh, did I remember to thank at least 503 subscribers? We've probably picked up 30 more just during this live stream. Or not. I don't know. I can't be clicking all those tabs and wandering around like that. Congrats on the 500 milestone. I will catch you on the next one. Have a good evening, sir. Keep Indiana safe. Thanks for hanging out for, it's been a long time already. We did a good job. What did that little timer say? What did the timer say? 59:59. Now it's an hour. Who knew? I probably hadn't played MineSweeper or any version of it in 20 years. And a couple weeks ago, I got it on my mind that I needed to do something to occupy my very conscious brain and do some hand-eye coordinator stuff. So I came over here and typed it on the internet and found MineSweeper.online. It's a silly little puzzle game that used to be included in Microsoft Windows. You can still download it free into all versions of Microsoft Windows. Free star, them little lawyer daggers, whatever they're called. Free, meaning that you have to sign up yourself to a Microsoft account so that you can get in the Microsoft store and have their free, what the kids these days call apps, but those of us that really won't give up our old ways because we've been in this since the 70s and 80s. It's a program. Yes, they were called application programs. There's an app for that. AI. Purpose of MineSweeper. Oh, here's rules. There's rules. They're written. Follow the rules. MineSweeper rules are very simple. The board is divided into cells with mines randomly distributed. To win, you need to open all the cells that don't have mines in them. The number on a cell shows the number of mines adjacent to it. Using this information, you can determine cells that are safe and cells that contain mines. Cells suspected of being mines can be marked with a flag using the right mouse button. Yay! And this one has, even though I can't figure out how to get at MineSweeper.online. Oh, their ad's showing. Ma'am, your slip is showing. They have achievements. Once you earn one, open your achievements in a new tab and just leave it up here at the top. You'll see. We're going to start at beginner. Because it's like, I don't remember. Win 10 beginner games and you get an achievement. Something very easy. There are 10 mines. That's what this number on the left means. As soon as you start clickety-clicking, this is a clock. It starts counting. So we'll just click right at the top left. Bonk. So we know there's one next to this number 1. Future games, I'll go much faster. I won't explain it. This is a MineSweeper for dummies like me. Explanation. So it can only be one of these two because all the other ones touching, all the other squares, and let's do this so everybody can see it, including me. Oh, look, smiley face. I used to have the t-shirt, and I think George has the t-shirt these days. Was it you, George?
What, with the smiley face with the bullet hole?
Yeah,
Yes.
very good.
I'm on my second one, though.
Back in the 80s, I had one. Anyway, you can see there's a dark gray line around the number 1 square. That means that there is one kaboom, baby, in all the squares that touch that one's square. That means it has to be one of these two. Because it has to be one of these two. Oh, I clicked. That was dumb. I just shut my eyes and walked right into the minefield. I was going to try to explain. Because it had to be one of these top two. That meant, for this one, because it touches both of those, it cannot be this one. boink, and that one opened up everything. Believe you me, it doesn't happen like that on Expert. And I got lucky. My finger got lazy laying on that mouse. So because we know this has one next to it and there's only one uncovered, that's a bomb. These two, for this to have two, here's one, here's two. Because these two apply to these two, we know that is not one. That's one, that's not one. That's one. This is where things get tricky. This one has a number one. It can only be that one. Because that one has one, and this one has two, which has to be one of these two. It cannot be that one. Oftentimes with the old MineSweeper, I think quickly in my brain, oh, right clicky that one. Because for that to be one, that one has to be the bomb. And then I left click it and blow it up and lose anyway. 2, 1, 2, 3. So that and that are not. That and that are not. That is not. That is not. 1, 2, 3. Not. And not. Yay. You won. You got a rank of rookie. I thought for a second it said Wookie. I was like, what? I'm not a walking carpet. Let's print screen it. I won. No achievement. Can't open link in new tab. Now what I need to do. Hey George, is there something you want to talk about for about 5 minutes? I gotta get that Walmart in off the porch before it rains.
I can try. It'd be nice to see if we can't get us up to 1,000, then 10,000, then 100,000, and 1,000,000. I don't know anybody that has 1,000,000.
Man,
I know a couple that have 100,000, but I don't know anybody that
lots of
has
channels that
1,000,000
have millions.
of subscribers.
Yeah.
I must not be watching those channels.
One that you watch all the time. He's got millions. Doesn't Brandon Herrera have millions?
I couldn't remember. I thought he only had hundreds of thousands.
I'm pulling up Audit the Audit. It has 2.96 M subscribers.
Oh, okay. So I know one.
Oh no, you know lots. Lots of stuff. Brandon Herrera's got to have a lot of subscribers. How many does the Black Nut operator have?
I don't know.
Yeah, Brandon Herrera has 4.22 million. See, I don't know. Lots of channels you look at have M's after their numbered decimal point number.
Apparently they do.
It's all right. We're gaining on them.
Now, if we can get there.
Yeah, we're catching up quickly. Especially when you start doing them miniatures and explaining painting. Man, millions. We have to do those. Do a co-creator thing, which I can't figure out how do you do that in OBS? I don't know.
Maybe we need to study OBS some more.
Or it might be you have to buy one of the paid ones, like Streamlabs or something.
Decoy also has 1,000,000.
Yep.
It has 1.017 million.
Well,
let's see.
let me type in the chat. 5:10 p.m. Eastern. I
Neurotic's
will.
not quite there. He has over 200K. 200,000.
That's not bad for a ex-parochial pumpkin roller who's
Yeah.
been in the Who's Cow. I will be right back. Chat.
Oh, wow. Donut Operator has 5.3 million.
Yeah, he's super popular. I think when I first started seeing Donut Operator and some other ex-cop, he had less than 100,000. I've been playing this YouTube too long. Yay for him. And I still can't believe that YouTube hasn't wrecked Donut Operator.
I think they tried a couple years ago and he sued them
Yeah.
successfully.
Well, sing songs or tell stories or whatever, George.
Yeah. You go
I
get
just
your
put in the
package.
chat that people can. Oh, it's a lot of boxes and bags and all kinds of stuff. All right,
Okay.
I'll be back. I put it in the chat.
Smaller channel that I watch, which is Goobertown Hobbies. He has 264,000. Huh. Interesting to see. Just let's see. He hasn't. The only problem with the history buff, he hasn't done anything in a while. But he has 1.8 million. But the nice thing about YouTube's, and this is one reason I don't get people complaining too much, including myself, is if you don't like it, click off of it, go to another video. There's something there for everybody on virtually how to do almost anything. If you want to watch pussycats, they got kitty cat videos. They got puppy dog videos. They got let's be courteous and kind to everybody videos. How-to videos. What's new in technology, music, movies, history, military history, weird history, such as like the fat electrician who does a pretty damn good job. The only thing that turns people off of him on occasions is his language, but he still has 2.2 million viewers. So you got to be doing something right. If you can afford to stop being an electrician and do YouTube full time, got to be doing something right. Got to find that niche. Just some of the things I watch are so niche. It's hard to really get started because people cover a lot of same stuff. Though I have noticed when it comes to miniatures, as Dean keeps pushing, that there are some aspects of miniature building and miniature painting that some of the more well-known creators don't cover. I think part of it is because they're too young. They don't know some of the old tricks. And I guess I need to do some videos to put some of the old tricks that's still viable out. Just to see what we can see. Now, to another person really needs to start his own YouTube video, and that's my brother. He's a master sewer. He can sew anything, tailor. and he can do leather work, and he can do woodwork, and he's really good at design work. He's a certified genius. Me, I'm just ignorant hick who likes certain things, likes history, really likes cowboys, movies, cowboy movies. Real fond of history of where my family comes from. My descendants mostly come from Europe, Germany, Scotland, England, Wales, Ireland. Technically, you know, even though it's funny to have such not quite such diverse, and in some of my family members have been here for over 300 years, descendants of, and then some it's only been a little over 150 years because my namesake, my last name, they came in 1868, just after the Civil War when the South was opening up again, because his son came before the Civil War, went back to get his father. When they were finally able to come back, the Civil War was over. And then the Stalters, another German family from my dad's side, they were here before the Civil War and living in Wilmington, North Carolina. So yeah, my side was mostly Confederate.
I'm back, but I'm listening to you and playing MineSweeper.
I personally think the more talented person in the family is my brother when it comes to creativity. Ooh, interesting.
Interesting what?
It was a Western style holster that's made out of white and silver leather. It's very, very bright. They call it the silver and snow.
Ooh. And sometimes, like it or not, especially on expert, what you gotta do in the MineSweeper is just guess.
Yeah.
There we go. The fourth guess was the right guess. It opened up a whole bunch of stuff. So I didn't have to blow me up. 2.
You like doing the corners first, huh?
Sure. If you got a guess, just go for it. Man, when MineSweeper was new, like Windows 3.11 or whatever, 3.11 or
Used to play it all the
3.1,
time.
that's when I worked in a computer shop and we built sometimes 8 or 9 or 10 at a time on all the workbenches. So while they were sitting there installing software and all that madness that has to get done, yep, man, just hammer away at the MineSweeper.
MineSweeper and Solitaire came with every edition of Windows, just about.
Yep. I got bored with Solitaire too quick. I just played the heck out of MineSweeper, and I used to, 35 years ago, I could go fast. Now, I got to slow me down. Don't click on the mines. And many, many times since I found this online site that does a real good job, I have to tell myself again, slow down, you're going too fast. And kaboom, baby. Yay. I have a win streak of 4. And PB stands for personal best. I don't understand what like a 3BV/S is. And even when you hover your mouse, the minimum number of clicks required to complete a board without using flags. Well, I don't do my boards without flags. I did 30 years ago. My mind could store all that information. Nowadays, not so much. For this to have only one and that to have two, that has to be one, which is not helpful. So now we have to guess again. Go to the corners. Good guess. So many 111s. It's all ones and zeros. Not in MineSweeper. Deep under the hood it is. I can't imagine that too many subscribers would be like, wow, that dude's really doing a MineSweeper marathon. I sure am. Oh, that reminds me. Because something keeps coming and like me and Money is the little cute little seal just trying to swim across the thing and clap our seal hands. And then the shark pounces out from the depths and steals the money. Just be glad that it just took your money. It's a shark, you know. This is one of those. I can't figure out. Oh, I can figure out. For there to be 2 left out of these 4 squares, there's no mathematical or geometrical plus numbers way to figure out which 2 of these 4 are the booms. So what you got to do is go eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch your kaboom, baby, by the toe. Ah, I caught a kaboom. If you're going to guess, have fun. Next time we'll do something else. Instead of eeny mo's, we'll do something else. I lost. Win streak over. Little X-eyed sad face. I love it. Good job. Whoever invented that in Microsoft. Ville. Clear, clear, clear. No, boom. No kabooms. If money were not an issue, that's just for a little while. Hoop. Now I gotta guess again. I didn't have to guess because this one was 2. It meant that one right there and one of these 2. Same goes for this number 2. The higher one. There's 1. Has to be one of those 2. So that meant it could not be either any of those 3. Didn't help. I still have to guess. 2 left. Yep, I gotta guess. No, I don't. For this to have 1, it has to be that one. Ha. See? Slow down, Dean. Yay. I win. Anyway, I was thinking seriously, and I even got $40 in cash out of somewhere. I was going to go stick it in the bank to buy $39 plus tax worth of those modern resurfaced or whatever they call them, rejuvenated Warcraft battle chester. Speaking of chests, battle chests are good too. But of course, we hedged it and said, no, let's just hang on. Just one more couple of days. And something grabbed exactly $40 worth of money from us. Don't get jumpy. When you got 400 spare, spend your 400. Spend your 40. And your vehicle will always come along and make you regret it. That's what cars do. It's their destiny. So now what I'm thinking about doing, quite seriously, is updating and playing Warcraft number 3. Even though I don't love it. This has not been helpful. I mean, the start of this MineSweep has to be one of those. Can only be one of those. So must be that one under the one. Bink, bink. Yay, I did it. And it still didn't help. Open Sesame. That one. As far as the next get gaming streamers. But I would hate to do Warcraft out of order. So we'll see what happens. I don't want to start with 3, even though 3 really has nothing to do with 1 and or 2. It's an entirely different, to me, vibe and storyline, and I really don't I don't love it. I don't hate it. The mechanics and the stuff of Warcraft 3, like wearing amulets and pendants and stuff. It's been a long time since I goofed with it. Why I got it and replayed it when it all by its lonesome self was remastered. That's the word I was looking for earlier. It's because I remembered at the end of it in credits, they had a weird conga line or dance line or something with all the little in-game characters. Sorry, I got studying the mines and the numbers. It usually doesn't stop my mouth. I lots of times talk on the phone and play the MineSweeper. It's not illegal, and it's not wrong. The only one who gets hurt is me. MineSweepering distracted by the phone. Yay, I win streaker number 3. Don't be a streaker. Nudist. So I'm still trying to decide
Well,
what next. Save up another $40 and hope the car doesn't steal it or something else. Hope that the elders don't drag themselves into some sort of hospitalized mess again, which I guess can go to the same old, same old. Swim in the deep end a little bit. That has to be one. Please take care of yourself. If you won't take care of you, you deserve it when you end up needing somebody and they're not there to take care of you. Yes, I'm very bitter and angry about how much of my life is wasted trying to treat the symptoms and play little tiny violins for people who put themselves in a mess. And I'm a very angry, jaded, I'm not sure the right way to say it. Al Pacino said it best in the movie Heat when Al Pacino yells, because that's how he do in all his movies. He yells like he's standing in an outdoor amphitheater. Kaboom, baby. I running my mouth overrode my brain, and I was looking right at. For this to have two, that has to be one. My brain said right clicker, and my finger said, let's do left. Turn left. But if you injure yourself, don't expect pity from me. I don't care. I care less than you do. If you have an accident or something, I can understand. I try to be a good person. But I call most people scared children. And then I'll throw back on that old famous piece of literature and it says, spare the rod, spoiled the child. Well, the rod is not about beating children, you hooligans. Thy rod and thy staff are for guidance. I don't remember if it's the rod that applies the passive. I would need my mother to remind me. Now it says one watching now. It's a Pat Pirelli thing. Passive persistence and something about the pressure. A lot of P words. This is an M word stream. Live. Sorry, YouTube. I know you don't call them streams. You call them lives. Passive persistence. Which always leads me to thinking about Leisure Suit Larry from Sierra Online. Great video game. Had Tom Jones in it. Passionate Patty and the pursuit of pulsating pectorals. Very cheesy, campy. Do we win? But hey, everybody, if you happen across this, or you one watching now hearing this, it was your destiny to hear this. You got to take care of you for real. Stop being a burden on everybody if you're a burden on anybody. Get yourself back in fighting shape and be prepared to offer your assistance to somebody someday. And stop stealing whatever besides sitting all alone on their YouTubes playing Minesweepers. Wouldn't you just hate to find out that, like, many times in my life, I've been that guy in that place in the confluence, the other C words, like Scott was talking about earlier in his good C word video. That somebody with my experience, skills, and willingness, if they hadn't been there, someone could have died. And one, I have great internal conflict because he was the grandson of an a-hole mayor then, who is my a-hole mayor now. But don't pick on the innocents. He got T-boned. He pulled out into a thing when he was about 16 years old, just got his, back then they called him provisional driver's license here in North Carolina. And North Carolinians always speak about their driver license in a plural sense. It's very strange. If you say to somebody, hey, where's your driver license? They say, I don't know where they are. Odd. Anyway, he got smashed bad on a high-speed road. And the sheet metal cut the artery between the bicep and the bone on the inside of his arm. And I somehow wiggled my skeleton man, stick man arm through all that sheet metal, getting cut badly myself, to snatch that squirty thing and hang on to it. Have to go to Bible study in a bit. Then we'll come back. Then a meeting at my 8 my time. Then back. Okay. We or I or both of us or all of us will be here. Have fun.
Yep.
Go tell people at Bible study. Get your house in order. Get yourself in order. If you drag down the one person who could be out in the world protecting or saving innocence, then it's your fault that innocent lost. And Dean is an absolute a-hole about it. Besides, don't waste my ever in time. Al Pacino, the movie Heat. And he gets very loud and proud about a woman's bum in that movie. It's a damn good movie. And much like listed in the description, it also includes Natalie the Prop-Man. Natalie Portman. Oh no, I think I have to guess. No, one left. Turn your thinking cap on. Does it have to be this one right? Sure. This one to have two, and this one to have two, and there only be one. It has to be that one. Yay. I did it right. A few more games in. We should have an achievement called Boom, baby. See what happens when you have to guess? I should have stuck to the corners. But I would have blown up on that corner anyway. Oh, sad face with Xy eyes. And it did it again. See, I blame the machine. My fingers done did it again. 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2. 500 subscribers and 3. Thank you, kitty catties and video games and G words. Oh, George, you said earlier you had a G words question.
Yeah. With all these groups doing the, they like to call them buybacks. They never owned them in the first place, where they go and buy firearms for $50 or $100 or $125 gift card.
Mhm.
I wonder how many murder weapons they've taken in, and now those cases can never be solved due to the fact that they destroyed the evidence. Because not all of those things are done by governments. Some of them are done by, like, I was reading one that was done by a church.
I think when the private entities do it, most of them hire or contract an FFL who cuts them like a fantastic rate. to sit in there and do the quick NCIS checks
Uh-huh.
and then submit all those serial numbers to the ATF. You can do it
Yeah,
yourself.
I'm just saying, but they don't do ballistic checks, where they compare rifling, which is, similar to fingerprints. It's just a curiosity, because there was a R word that was putting down a church because they broke the law because they didn't have an FFL holder to take in the firearms in which they were purchasing to be destroyed.
Yeah,
And a lot of go ahead.
yeah, I'm wondering. My mind went flitted off on a tangent. In North Carolina, we don't have to.
No.
So if a church wanted to do that, they could do it.
Yeah.
Don't, hey, anybody listening to this, that's right here, right now in North Carolina. And our government, even though it's lawful, they strongly recommend you be careful if you take possession of a firearm, whether it was used in a crime or stolen. You better be doing some checks on that thing before you take possession of it. Receipt of stolen property on a thing like a G word or having
It's still a
possession.
felony.
Yeah. And not only ignorance, but not knowing the law does not forgive you the law. That's a good
It's just,
question. Back when they
I
first
mean, I
started that in Los Angeles, it didn't matter if they were used in crimes or not. The cops were
more than getting them off the
allegedly,
street.
theoretically, the cops were using government, taxpayer money to get those guns. And
Yeah.
then they were shoving them in the trunks of their personal cars and making off with them things. Oh,
Why
I
does that
mean,
not surprise
they
me?
they were humanely destroyed.
Now, I know there are some companies when they claim they destroy them, they disassemble them and they destroy the main firing portion, like the receiver or breech or whatever, and then they sell the rest of it as parts. Um, to supplement their income when it comes to uh, being there to take them in and destroy them. So they destroy them, but they don't destroy them. They keep all the parts that they can legally sell and sell them, and then destroy the parts that are, I guess, destroyable. Like for an AR, it would be the lower receiver, and then they would sell everything else because the only part of it in the AR that's uh, controlled is the lower receiver. Everything else you can buy through the mail legally. And
One
it's
more.
it's just one of those things I'm just kind of curious about due to the fact, taking certain classes I've taken in the criminal justice field, evidence collecting being one of them, and evidence processing.
Yeah, I have no clue in the modern age. I would hope, and insert sarcasm in dull, dry laughter there. That somehow, with all the computer technology and every other technology we have in this day and age, that our goofy government would be doing something like, here's a database, you can type that serial number in.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to research it because I'll find out, no, we don't have that.
Well, I'm not so much worried about the serial numbers. I'm like, if you got a crime scene and there's, let's say it's a semi-auto, you have two crooks tend to leave two pieces behind. The slug that's in the person that they just deleted and the casing, which both have tool marks on them. The tool mark for the part we call the bullet is the rifling, and the other is the firing pin mark.
And if the firing pin is not very unique or trackable, and those can be easily replaced.
Yeah, so can a
But
barrel, but
the rifling, if the rifling, if all they have is the projectile
yes.
and it was not fragmented into a million pieces, and they get rifling, the rifling for every firearm sold in America, that's why one of the reasons your firearms come test fired and a little bit dirty is because they fire it at least once to make sure the thing works, quality control, and they're
Yeah.
required to get those striations and the rifling markings and submit photography or whatever of it, so that if the projectile is found at a crime scene and they get rifling off it, they can match it at a database at the ATF or the FBI. I don't remember who stores the database.
Yeah.
And then they come up with the serial number of the gun, which takes it to the last FFL it passed through. By serial number.
Yeah.
So a lot of that, and then the serial number gets flagged. So if you try to do a transfer or a lookup of that gun by serial number, it comes up wanted, used in a crime.
Well, just like these blanket bans that they did, like when Clinton banned all Norinco, which happened to be Chinese imports. Reason, just to stop one of their firearms coming into the country, which were their AKs. One thing he did not do us any favors with is they also make pretty good historical reproductions, like a side by side, which is perfectly legal, or a pump, another one that's perfectly legal. And they were very good historical replicas. Um, but I don't believe, anytime you have zero tolerance, you have zero brains,
Yep.
because there can be mitigating circumstances and other things that have value.
I have to guess already.
I mean,
Guessed correctly.
a few years back, Cumberland County school system decided to have a zero tolerance of gangs. So they swooped up everybody that they thought were gang members, or everybody they thought they were gang members, and expelled them, which put them all in the alternative school. One thing they did is the law enforcement agency that was collecting data on the gangs just lost every one of their cases because everything got corrupted. And the other thing they did is they swooped up some innocents or non-guilties in that same suite. Because because when they did it, they were grabbing everybody, and if you happened to be standing near the gang member, you were a gang member.
Yeah, and
I know I had
everybody
students.
abuses each other. That whole see something, say something. And these days we have swatting. They try to do it all the time to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah.
But as soon as there's another leftover from the 1930s and 40s Germany that people were famous for.
Yeah.
Just call up and turn in so and so, because you think if you get him in trouble with the gang police, you can go cuddle up to his girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Or he gave you a wedgie in the 5th grade, and now that you're in the 11th grade, you're going to get even.
I don't particularly care for those weasels either.
But they exist, and that's what happens.
Yeah, I know they exist, and like I said, I don't particularly care for those weasel of people because that's what they are, weasels.
Yeah. I thought it was
That at the
Win
same time,
10.
I think bullies need to be hung up by their favorite body part.
Yeah,
Because the
if
people that bullies manage to bully are generally ones that don't know how to defend themselves or don't know how to be a duck and let it go off their, like if it's a social bullying. They're not duck like. In other words, the insults and the picking on and stuff like that won't just roll off their back.
Right. Yeah, if you give them
And
one or two tries in the psychobabbles, sit them down with the counselors and say, that's not okay. But, well, the third time, try something else.
because you know as well as I do, family members will bully family members if they think they can get
Oh, yeah.
away with it.
Yep.
I remember one of my nephews bullying the other, and I happened to be standing right by, and I kind of knocked him to the ground, and I says, "Look, when everything is said and done, the only person you have to rely on is him, because he being your brother is going to stand by you, unless you keep behaving the way you're behaving." And then he'll just say, "Screw you, brother. You remember when you did such and such?"
Yep.
I just not a big. I hate bullies. I'm not going. I was about to say I'm not a fan of bullies. No, I don't. It's not more than I hate them.
Elizabeth said, quick, before I go to Bible study, our bully abatement programs were successful because we made bullies accept that their antics came from family. Yep. And you just never know. You go ahead, do your bully work,
Well,
and you'll hate to find out. Like I can here go find yourself a way back to tie it to the great movie, motion picture, stage shows of our eras. Go see the movie Crash. The person you treat so bad might be who your life depends on.
yeah. Oh, it just the only person that I remember being successfully able to bully me was my uncle. And at one point, I had enough, and I went to my grandmother to ask her to get him to stop bullying me because he was afraid of grandma. And she said, basically said, gave me basically looked at me and said, "You're big enough. If you want him to stop bullying, stop him." And that's when I turned to my uncle and smiled and scared the crap out of him because grandma just gave me permission to handle it my way with an elder. Because as an elder, I wasn't going to touch him.
Yep.
Because when you're raised to respect your elders, I think my dad put it pat. Respect those that deserve respect. Shun those that deserve.
Oh, was that mine or yours?
It got to be yours. I don't. If you're talking telephone,
No, I'm talking about your microphone glitched out. Did the whole blah, 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 blah.
I couldn't tell you then
Well,
because I didn't hear it.
repeat that last statement you just made.
About respect those that deserve respect. Shun
Yeah.
those that deserve shunning.
Yes. Got to make sure that gets in the record. It is now
And
out.
sometimes respect, you can give them a certain amount of respect to start off with, but most part respect is earned.
Yeah, I never know how to work that out. Trust and respect, and I'm not a child,
Well,
and I grew up in a bad place.
yeah, I think you got it figured out, to be
It's
honest with you.
I will try very hard to give you respect. It's very easy to earn the disrespect.
Yes.
And I guess for most people, it's kind of hard to. I think that's about all I have to say. You can
Well,
earn it, and I don't mean disrespect. Like, I'm not going to sit around and call you goofy names. I'm just going to get up, walk away. And you'll never know
yeah,
why.
there, that's actually a very, as my grandmother would put it, that's a very mature way of handling it. Just
Yeah.
get up and walk away.
And
Don't
of
have anything
course,
to do with the person.
yeah, unless you have to. And then now we got to work something out. And we had a lot of those, and they were really good conversations because we were all red tape recertifying my last NC PPSB security guard armed class, gun class.
Yeah.
It's like, we're not going to sit here and you want to name the springs inside the thing, you do that on your time. But I'm here to try to teach you something, and let me teach you something that's real important, whether you're playing with a G word or not. You only get one shot with your integrity, and if you blow it, you've blown it. You can't.
I admire people who can memorize facts and figures and stuff of that nature. But dates and times are important, but they're not as important as why something happens.
Yeah, but
Like when you squeeze this part, something comes out this part, and when it comes out that part, it can destroy things and lives. So make sure you have the legal right to make that little thing come out that part.
yeah,
I find
but
it funny
that's
talking in abstract, but
If you're going to set the projectile free with explosive energy, etc. I don't know all the ways we can say it.
Yeah, when you're using firearms, it's an explosive force. Though, if we want to talk physics, the gunpowder itself isn't explosive. It burns. And by the speed it burns, it builds up pressure. And the pressure is the part that goes boom.
It's just physics, man. Physics and
Not
engineering
physical strength.
that are based on physics. Yeah, but that's part of the differentiation between a class is I didn't have any beginners. Everybody there shoots 90 or 80, high 80s or 90 or better every time, day and night. It's just bad
Yeah.
bossery and lazy people who are supposed to turn in paperwork on time and don't. And now you got to go to class again. Well, if our destiny brought us together like that, I'm not going to sit here and tell you again what the 4 steps of the draw are. You should know that. You just had it 120 days ago. Now let's talk about, do you lie to people? Do you even lie by omission? Because it's your honesty and your integrity. It means if you don't have those down, you shouldn't be sitting around thinking about whether or not you can play pew-pews in the real world. Got to put your self-assessor on and figure out. Oh, that reminds me. Subterfuge. Do you have to do subterfuge? Yesterday, I think we were talking about a TV show, George. Yeah, that's the ticket. There was something about a guy wanted to talk to a husband without the wife being there or knowing. So the guy calls the wife and tells her to call the husband and see if that's okay.
Yeah.
Did that
And
work out okay?
yes, it was over nothing. He wanted directions.
For real. So it was just like a mental malfunction.
He's trying to be semi-secretive because the person asking the directions doesn't want his wife to spend money while he's gone.
Oh my God. So why would that preclude?
Because in his own, I hate to put it this way, mental illness through brain damage, he thinks the wife talks to the mother constantly
Okay,
when they barely talk to each other.
I got it. So he was
In fact,
protecting the daughter.
sort of,
She,
kind of, or
yeah,
getting himself. He thought he was protecting himself against the daughter talking to the mother.
right, right. I
When
got it. I was trying to make it more sophisticated than that. They
no,
can't, they can't torture it out of you if you don't know. It's
exactly.
classified. You have no need to know.
And I just told her, they just told the wife, don't worry about it. He asked for directions. It has nothing to do with you, or you know,
See, it's just a big old
it's
making.
just the way they put it. It's just like when someone calls you up, so I think you come talk to you. I said, well, what's wrong with talking to me over the phone? No, I want to talk to you in person. Every possible scenario runs through your brain. Why can't he talk to me over the phone? Is this something illegal? Do I need to
Yeah. Do
protect
I need to?
myself?
Yeah. What's happening? Yes. Did
Do
we
I need to put
really?
my minister hat on?
Yeah. Does it have to be that complicated? Yes, sometimes. And,
Yeah.
I just imagine the first level wife standing there tapping her toe with her arms crossed, thinking, I'm standing right here. You're saying this in front of me. What are you going over there to talk about that me and my daughter can't hear? It just makes for a really
Yeah,
silly.
but
Like, how clandestine are you truly being about this?
and your brain automatically goes to every possible worst case scenario.
Yeah. Win streak 9. I think that's the trick. You got to have 10 in a row. I'm one short of getting an achievement and having my achievements page open. We're doing MineSweepers. Yeah. Life, man. That was kind
Sometimes
of
it's
cool.
difficult, but you need to try and keep a sense of humor.
Yeah, and you kind of get a chuckle story out of it, Like here we are chuckling about it. For
Yeah.
reals. For reals.
And he's had his noggin wrung a few times
Yeah.
to the point I'm surprised he doesn't have boxer syndrome. Like how my Lee had the tremors.
Yeah, he's just punchy. I unlocked my achievement, Sage. So now we open that in a new tab. Yeah, it must have been 10 in a row. So once you get
And it's
your
just
online/help/achievements open, and hide the ad so YouTube doesn't strike you for the ad. Now you can go look at your achievements. Where's Sage? Sage. 10 beginner games in a row. So the next achievement, I need 20 more beginner wins to be an apprentice. Yay, I can be an apprentice and get fired from Donald Trump show.
with the exceptions of the Celebrity Apprentice, you still make money just being on the show.
Even if it wasn't all staged. You know me, George. How long before Donald Trump threw me the hell off the top of his building? I mean, fired me. You go, like, wait a minute. Whose show is
Well, if
this?
he goes to
Whose
throw me off
building
a
is
bit,
this?
he better be fairly quick with that SIG.
Yeah. I don't believe he would put up with
Oh,
me and my mentalities and attitudes for long.
I was watching a historical information show, and it was about firearms that certain presidents favored, and you could tell it was AI because they get to Theodore Roosevelt, and instead of Theodore Roosevelt, they said Franklin Roosevelt, and they're talking about when Teddy went to Africa and did that safari where he brought back all those uh, animals for the Smithsonian, but they kept saying Franklin Roosevelt and showing a picture of both of them. And like, to my knowledge, FDR never, after being president, went hunting because he died while he was in the presidency.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't he wheelchair bound? Is he the one that was wheelchair bound?
Yeah, due to polio.
Man, we sure did live in a different country once upon a time. Because, all the news, those that liked him and those that hated him,
Well,
they all
everybody knew
had
he
a
was in.
gentleman's agreement to, always show him seated at a table. Don't show him looking feeble. He's the president.
Yeah, I was about to say everybody knew he was in. Had to use a wheelchair for the most part, or he wore braces and walked with a cane or assistance. But they never filmed it or took photos of him doing it.
Yeah, even the ones that on the other side of political spectrums and all that. I guess back then we might have had, I'm not going to say good people because I don't think we did, but we had gentle persons, understandings, and agreements not to pick on each other.
Yeah.
Like if you do that to the president, you want him to lean over and talk to what's the
It
Hoover
was basically
guys,
whether you respect the person or not, you respect the office.
and also the quiet part. You know, do you want the FBI Hoover guy to dump the dirt we have on
On
you
you?
out into the press? Yeah, a good gentleman's understanding. Gentle persons, gentle peoples. I think this endurance is how many wins I've had. The minimum amount of time taken to win 100 games within
Have
24
you ever
hours.
clicked where you meant to click one space, but your mouse was just over just enough that you clicked the mine?
All the time. Many, many times. I have to
I'm playing a
constant.
different game, and it's I I I I clicked, the mouse was over it, but it was too far over it, and I lost a heart, a
Yeah,
life,
I
a
have to
star, whatever.
constantly tell myself, get them lazy fingers up off them buttons and slow down.
Yeah, that's the hard part,
One, two.
especially when you're on a hard puzzle.
Yeah, when I get into expert mode, I do a lot of losing on the Minecraft. I mean, Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft. I've played MineSweeper. To play MineSweeper, you have to deal with Minecraft. I have played Minecraft real world LARPing. When my little 5 or 6 year old, he was probably 6 by then. No, it might have still been just 5 and a half. Little dude that his parents let me hang out and we were friends. You know, man, he just wanted to play. He didn't know what a LARPing was, live action role playing.
Yeah,
He
not a
he
fan.
his kid mind said because his parents wouldn't let him play the games, he just got to see his older brother playing the games.
Yeah,
And there's a big age gap, like 15 years.
I get that.
So he watched his older brother play Minecraft, but then when we'd be hanging out in their place, he wanted to do Minecraft, so he would tear up paper and turn it into coal and wood and all the things, and we'd go mine them around their business. He was always trapped at
Okay.
his parents' business. And we'd pretend we had a pickaxe and chip away at the wall and get some iron and wood and all that. I don't shy away from, man. You got to do what you got to do with the kids.
Well,
Don't
there's
be an
a
old fuddy duddy.
there's a board game called Catan, Settlements of Catan, and in Big Bang Theory, they were playing it, and there was a joke. I'm sure they knew what they were doing, but it was, "I'll trade you wood for sheep. I have wood for sheep," and the innuendos there just was what the innuendos were the joke.
Yep.
Wood for sheep. Oh, okay, I see what kind of person you are. And just
Well, no, I have to guess again. No, I don't. No, I don't. I got it. How we doing? It says mastery 36. Is that how many? Go back to achievements and refresh the page. Yep, 36. We're on the way. 14 more. And can't remember the last time I played this much beginner level Minecraft. Minesweeper.
You got Minecraft on the brain.
I do. Probably when you can't keep your words straight, you probably shouldn't be trying to click the bomb field anymore. You're gonna start losing a lot. But what do I care? According to the stats counter, it says there's one watching now. That would be George. So
I
we're just
still,
hanging out.
yeah, one watching. I keep seeing the 2 thumbs up, and it's like I keep thinking that's how many people are watching. No, that's just how many people liked it.
Well, I can't see that. Hello? Stats counter window? Hello? Nope. See, I'd have to refresh that other window. The
Yeah.
watching now updates every so often, but the thumbs, it still says 1. And I think that was you before it even started.
Well, actually, after it started, but yeah, I was the second one that did it. I don't know who the first one was.
Oh, I don't either. It was somebody.
Probably under duress. I'm the moron because I actually use my real name.
So do I. And he tells his, I think if you go to about, it says I'm got his full name up there and I do so and such and such. Mm, clear, clear. And because I said it funny, that reminds me there's another girl streamer that has extremely different than me views of the world, but she presents them well, so I listen. You might learn something. I think her channel name or screen name is SoOoOo. I haven't looked in on that in a long time. Can't get enough time to do anything, let alone go watch the hundreds and hundreds of channels I saw 1 or 2 videos I liked.
Yeah.
There's a problem with the information age. I used to have that problem when I was young. What book do
What?
you want from the library? I just want to stay in the library and read them all.
Oh, that reminds me of Outer Limits. I think it was Outer Limits, where the one guy just all he wanted to do was spend time reading a book, and he was an accountant, and the nuclear holocaust happened, and when he came up out of the basement, he was like he went over found the what I guess was the New York Library.
Oh yeah, that
Now
hit
I got
Burgess.
all the time in the world to read all these books. And then all of a sudden he breaks his glasses.
Yeah, that was Burgess Meredith.
Yeah.
Twilight Zone.
Yeah, Twilight. I knew you had to be one of the two.
Yep. I love me some Twilight Zone too. I wonder if those are locked down under the copyright stuff. A whole lot of them are available
Yeah.
all over the well, maybe YouTube, maybe. They might be there. If you go to the official channels, it says free with ads.
Yeah.
But I'm sure if you have premium I don't know how that works. If you have YouTube Premium, does
You
free
can
with
watch
ads
without
still
ads.
have ads?
Nope, you do not have ads. But
Yet.
if you want to watch YouTube TV, is I guess what they call it, that's a separate charge unto itself.
Right.
I'm like, what's the almost like what's the point of having YouTube Prime if you can't do it all? And it's constantly going up. Pretty soon no one's gonna be able to afford it really.
I don't know the rates anymore, but it was telling me the other day, something about Prime, YouTube Premium Primes, whatever they call it.
Uh-huh.
And it sure does seem to me like even now it's cheaper than Amazing Prime. That other sounds like amazing.
Yeah. Actually, it's cheaper than YouTube.
Oh, for real?
Yep. Um well, I can't say much. We have the family pack. It just from my understanding, when you get to a certain point with being a content creator, they give you or they award you not Amazon, YouTube Prime
I don't even know if it's called Prime. I think it's called Premium.
Plus, whatever,
Yeah, something. I
whatever
don't
it's
think
called.
so. I think you got to pay for it, or they'll just take it out of your whatever. But I wouldn't want them to do that. It would
Well,
mess up my bookkeeping.
when you get us to $30,000 a month, you can go ahead and pay for it.
As soon as it would pay for itself, because then I could do real time like React content stuff that I want to do.
Yeah,
That you can't do it without a Premium Prime's account. What is it called? What is YouTube? Yeah, Premium. Sorry, YouTube. There's too many of you services with too many names that sound similar or are similar. Premium. Because I could sit there and record all these things and get them hacked up into my own hard drive and get some video editing software and chop the ads out and then play them through media player and
yeah,
do React content that way. But I don't want to. I want to be able to just do it in real time, real world React contenting, and provide links. This is where I got it from or where I'm getting it from. So it's at the top of my screen and it's in the chat and all that jazz. As soon as YouTube in some way pays for that, and I know it's hard. Aren't you trying to get the cart in front of the horse? Yes, pretty much. But those are things for the future. As soon as there's income enough to cover it without having to go work outside to pay for it. Like, I don't want to
yeah,
teach concealed carry classes to pay for YouTube streaming.
yeah.
That's it's not the smart way to do things. I'll happily give them their however many dollars it costs a month to get rid of that advertising and unlock whatever extra bonuses, super secrets you get for paying for it monthly, which I'm sure are fantastic.
I swear Hollywood is dumb. or people that stay in
Hollywood.
Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood.
That was such a funny
When
movie.
people make wisecracks or comedy jokes about people that have been killed or passed away, that's that's punching down, and that's just low hanging fruit.
Yeah, I
And
just
then they wonder
ignore
why.
it.
I'm just saying, and then they wonder why their audience turns against them.
Hoop. I ended my win streak. I think I'm done streaking. Got my clothes back on. I've done good. Oh, I put the thing in the way. 2 hours, 25 minutes. And the break I took, I didn't have to pee. But I've been drinking lots of beverage. I'm starting to have a little tingly feeling. Almost there. What is mastery? Number of wins out of 100 consecutive games. Endurance. Minimum amount of time. That seems like it's wrong. Taken to win 100 games within 24 hours. Both of those numbers keep staying the same. But I think that's how many wins I have out of whatever. We'll find out. There's lies, there's damn lies, and then there's statistics. And then there's Minecraft Sweeper Swooper. I've called this thing the wrong thing so many times by the end of this streamery. What game are you playing, George?
Tap arrow. You got a bunch of arrows that are squigglies, and you have to eliminate them one by one to eliminate them all, and try not to run into each other.
It's called Tap Arrow.
Yeah.
Geometry Dash. Arrow tap or tap away. Is it a puzzle game?
Yes.
Where are you playing it at? Mind Games? Google Play?
Facebook. It's a time consuming game, but it's it's the type of game that they recommend that helps stay off Alzheimer's and the effects of aging, because you
Hmm.
keep your brain mentally alert, sort of like SoOoOo and other memory games and puzzle games.
Yeah, and Minecrafty Sweeper Swooper
Yeah.
Deluxe. That's what I always try to. It's semi-conscious thinking games. I've occasionally dragged out chess, or I don't like checkers, chess, and play versus the computer.
Yep.
If you win too much, increase the difficulty. Now you lose every time.
Yeah.
Difficulty level 1, I win every time. Difficulty level 2 out of 10, I lose every time.
Well,
Tap arrow games on Facebook are popular. These games are often called Arrow Out, Arrows Go, or Arrow Madness. I like madness. All right.
sociologists to even on people that have already been diagnosed with early stages of Alzheimer's, the more active you can keep your brain, the slower the disease will affect you. It won't stop it, but it'll slow it down.
Yeah, until he had a bad car wreck well into his 90s, like 92, 93.
Mm-hmm.
My Priscilla's dad. The only thing he really wanted a computer for a long time, Then we got him into online car auctions, and he got addicted to that. But the only thing he
Yeah.
cared about a screen for was checkers.
Hey. The problem is with the snaky game, in order for me to get the arrows big enough that I can see their path clearly, then I lose track of the rest of the puzzle
Yep. Are you playing on your phone or on the screen?
on my computer, but it will only let you enlarge it so much.
Yeah.
I guess I went to full screen, but still.
Yay, 500 subscribers. We'll go check in on the stats in a while. Still says one watching now. So whatever. We'll just keep on gaming and running our mouths.
Yeah. Well, it's just like,
That's what live streaming is for. Streams of consciousnesses. And I didn't give you a good heads up. You know, if we run out of all other topics, maybe we'll scroll some headlines or troll some headlines that don't want to. Maybe we'll go
just like,
look up more movie model actresses in their brasiers.
yeah, like one of the things I like to do, which is spend time on the range, preferably without getting burnt, dehydrated, or other stuff.
Yes.
One of the things it does is it helps with eye-hand coordination,
Yep.
as well as it's good camaraderie for those of us that like to actually sometimes spending time with certain people.
Right.
Just like you'll find the most polite people on the shooting range. Why? Because everybody has a gun.
It's a good legend. It is
Yeah, I know.
horribly untrue.
Assholes will be assholes. Sorry.
And it's
I
just
hope
an
that doesn't
extra
offend. I hope that does not offend the.
the bots.
Yeah,
I don't think it will.
but that's the truth. You know.
Two left.
Well, it's just like, why is the nicest person in Hollywood generally plays nothing but badasses his entire career, for the most part of his entire career? I mean, let's face it, Bill and Ted weren't badasses, but all his modern roles he plays a badass, like John Wick and 47
Oh,
Ronin and Keanu
Ne-
Reeves.
yeah. Neo from the Matrix. The one and only Matrix movie. The first one. We
And the
don't
amount of time,
acknowledge the additional ones.
yeah, the first one was good enough for me.
Ergo, blah, 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 the architect. There's a couple scenes that I like. I like when the little dude stood on the table and said, "I apologize." And he said, "For what?" He said, "For what's about to happen." And then they made cool drum things and played kung fu.
It's amazing how much training he actually does to do those roles. But I mean, he's out on the streets in New York. I believe it was New York, riding his motorcycle, and he parked it, and someone accidentally backed into his motorcycle. He did not get mad. He didn't get hostile. He went, accidents happen. Don't worry about it. I'm insured. I mean, there's reasons he gets called the nicest guy in Hollywood. He doesn't mind taking time. He acknowledges the only reason he has a career is fans. So he doesn't mind taking time out to take a picture or sign an autograph. I mean,
Picture time. Excellent.
just like Ted Nugent won't sign autographs. Oh, you're just going to put it up on eBay. Okay, but he took time out to acknowledge that you have some worth, dumbass.
Yay, we made a mission accomplished.
I mean, hell,
We have green check mark. So now we
I'm
have to
not going to
do.
gripe someone who went, if I was to get so famous that someone wanted my autograph. Because
Gosh,
probably at
no.
that point, I wouldn't have a career without them wanting something from me.
Yep. Earn arena points. Earn event points. So it's
Just like
only.
you, but we both know that, you know, it might be stereotypical of the Hollywood diva to, think they're better than everybody, but it wouldn't be a stereotype if it wasn't true in some aspects.
Yep. I guess the next achievement, win 50 games with no flags. Holy cow. There's some smart people that play this thing. 30 years ago, I'd have said, challenge accepted. Today, I say, not a chance.
Not today, huh?
No, not any day from this day forward. And I should create an account here and let it store these stats, but I didn't. We got them stored. They're here on the streameries. I guess the next level is 50 intermediate. That's the only thing I can see that I could possibly get done today during a live streamering. I know I can't win 50 expert level games in a whole week. Just because the expert ones always come down to eeny, meeny, mo. Take a guess. Oh, I started another beginner game. I was supposed to switch to intermediary. We started it. Let's win it. I can do it. Hello, more watching.
You can do it.
If you can beat. Yeah. Okay. Zoom out. Switch intermediate. Zoom out some more. Let's start building some intermediate stats. You lose. Oh, intermediate. Oh, man. I got a 1 in the corner again. Let's play guess. I started out earlier having success there. It worked. Counterclockwise the corners. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good answer. Good answer. We're getting somewhere intermediate. And see, with all these cubes all over the screen, I'm already clicking too fast and I'm gonna get myself messed up. Slow. Slow is smooth and smooth is smooth is fast. Says the G-word slingers. I gotta figure out something besides pew-pews and all these other silly things and G-words. Something that we can make catch on. That's the new, everybody knows what that means, code word for G-word, ends in N. Sounds like fun that you can't say on Google Tube.
They just need to go back and go words are words.
Yeah, just
The actual word's not going to hurt you.
motivated.
Just like you can't use the word that means forcibly violated.
Yeah, the another R word.
Yeah. So you have to go swallow a thesaurus or make one up.
That's one that girl that has the channel. I think it's called Swoop. Let's find out. My clock is ticking. Doesn't matter. YouTube. Swoop. Yep, that's her. Fancy for she wears different color hair all the time. It's at Petty University. That's a occasional binge. Gosh, knows. She's got 993K subscribers. I'd have to go back and dig through screenshots. Good job, Swoop. Almost 1 M's. See, she doesn't show her girl parts. She shows her awesome color hairs and stuff.
Yeah.
And she's got almost 1 million. But she's really good at, like, her latest 2 weeks ago video highlighted on the homepage says the disturbing world of Jeffrey Epstein, lies, cover up, and she can go all through it. And she's so practiced and good at it. She says SA all the time for, SoOoOO alts. Can't even say the old long form versions anymore. She says SA, and I always say SA. I don't ever SA. It's hard for me to hear that,
Well,
having been from Los Angeles.
the thing is, if you speak in simple, clear language, everybody can understand you. It's just when you have to speak in the $10 words or something that can mean similar thing to whatever you're trying to say, you're not being a good communicator.
Right. And if you have to put your lexicon or glossary on the screen that says, when I say this, I mean the R word that we can't say anymore. Are you really hiding it?
No, they're turning it into they're adding fear to it is what they're doing.
Yeah, it's. I guess we're being bullied by the bully pulpit, the corporate
Yeah,
overlords that.
the ones that claim they're anti-bullies are actually the bullies.
Right. And what they're really doing is saying, can we make old gray-haired dudes like Dean talk funny? Will he bend the knee? Yes, we have to bend the knee. Thank you. Your mission is accomplished.
And we don't got a quacker to quiet us.
Yeah, it's also complicated.
Quack, 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 quack.
Don't make me ban you. I'll time you out. I'll have Donut Operator sue you. Stealing his trademark, which he didn't. It's one of the stock sound effects in Discord and other team
Yeah.
chatters.
Well, just like Fat Electrician always goes, quack bang out.
Whoops. That's funny. Oh my gosh.
For a while, he was selling these little rubber duckies that look similar to grenades.
Oh, I should have put her thing in the chat. Because I'm not keeping a log this time. I'm not war scribing. Go there. YouTube swoop. Smart. People.
Just like
I
I
hope
think they're
she
putting
identifies
something
as
in the
people.
water.
Smart people channel. Help. Wonder. Better check. Try to do this stuff right. It's not drama. It's dangerous.
Well, just like I believe a lot of the things that go on these days is more of a trend or fad than actual what they claim it is. Because somebody made something look or think they made it look cool. Therefore, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm the same way. No, you're not the same way. You just want to be like them for whatever stupid reason.
I want to be like them because I'm stupid. Yep, yep, yep.
Learn from the people that made the same mistake and regret it. Make sure you really want that to happen to you. Just like they're, when they talk about the UFO um, files. Now we're seeing more and more and more and more and more UFOs, or people are claiming they see more and more and more UFOs, unidentified flying objects. Okay, a helicopter can technically be a UFO if you don't recognize what the hell it is. Just because you don't know what it is doesn't make it from outer space.
And we all know if you did see a real outer space flying saucer, the men in black are going to blink their pen at you and you won't remember it. There, I found one. That's another one. A Will Smith movie that I don't hate.
Oh, Men in Black.
Yeah. I don't love it. It's not a 10 out of 10, but I don't hate it. It was good.
It's one of those fun movies. Just like I hate the other mush mouth. But I like Rest in Peace Police. RIPD.
Hmm.
It's a funny concept. But that's Bo Bridges, if I remember correctly. One of the Bridges brothers. He needs to take what is it? Talking lessons. Starts with an L.
Well, I never have known.
Equation. No, that ain't it. Anyhow, speech therapy.
He it may be a deformity or mild deafness or something. I don't know.
It could be.
I've never looked it up. Is that a different Bridges than was in King Kong? Was
No,
King
that's the one
Kong?
I'm talking about. Was the one that was in King Kong,
Is that the same one that was
1970.
in Tron?
Yes.
See, it was worse in King Kong. At least I remember it worse in King Kong than in Tron.
Uh, Thunderball and Lightfoot, I think is what he was at his worst as a young actor. As an older actor, he tried to remake True Grit. It was the biggest problem I have with his version of True Grit is trying to understand what the hell he was saying. Yes, John Wayne played a drunk, but you could understand what he was saying. And not all drunks slur their language to the point you want to go, what?
Yeah. Where are we at? Put 2 there, 1 there. If I stop long enough to think about it, I'm going to mess myself up. So I'm just clicking away, clicking away.
Because there was a famous actor, and I mean, and that was a comedian, but that was his role. He always played drunks, but you could understand what he was saying back in this, I think, 60s and 70s.
Another one that always sounded a little off to me, and then I found out because I don't pay attention to the People magazines or Star or whatever. Page 6. I'm not into that stuff. I don't want to know about their personal lives. But I heard on some other, it might have been Nerdrotic or EFAP or, all those crews hang together. See MauLer down below in the description. He just released his short movie that he wrote. But they were talking about why Holly Hunter talks a little different. It was because she was deaf or something. Deaf in her left ear due to a childhood case of the mumps.
Huh?
But
Well,
hers isn't bad like his is. Hers is, man, she has a very unique way of speaking.
well, like Lou Ferrigno has an excuse for his speech impediment.
Yeah,
It's because he
he
was
was
born deaf.
really deaf. Yeah.
I mean, just to hear just anything, he has to have hearing aids turned up almost all the way.
But I've never asked the Google bar, and I just closed it, if that would explain Jeff. Is it Jeff Bridges? I
Jeff
don't know.
Bridges, yeah. Bo Bridges is his older brother.
The Tron guy, King Kong guy.
Jeff Bridges.
So not that one. I think I'll click my way into a corner. 2. Nope, there's 1. And then I've clicked my way into another corner. Even intermediate is a lot of slow down, Dean, slow down. There's some. Just when I think I'm about to have to guess, I realize no, just do the maths. Just swirl the mouse around the square and make sure.
Here's Foster Mueller Brooks is the one I was thinking of.
I don't know who that
He was a
is.
comedian that did variety shows, and he was always playing a drunk. The funny part is he was an absolute teetotaler.
Mm.
Just like people think Dean was Dean.
The audio glitched out again. I heard people think Dean what?
Dean Martin was a drunk because he was always, when he was doing his stage act, he always had whiskey in his glass.
Yep.
supposedly. No, it was iced tea. A lot of times it was iced tea. Even when he was playing a drunk, it was iced tea.
Let's get into character.
Just like, George, not Carlin. Oh God, I can't remember his name now. The older comedian, George Burns. He said he never smoked good cigars except for when he was at home. He only bought cheap cigars for stage work because expensive cigars would go out. Cheap cigars would stay lit to his entire routine.
Inquiring minds want to know.
And he always said that Gracie was the smartest of the two of them. Of the Burns and Allen show.
Mm-hmm.
That she wrote, he played the straight man to her comedian.
Yep.
He wasn't the funny one.
And I have always, I've probably seen all of the Oh God movies.
Yeah.
But I only saw them once long ago when they were fresh and new. And I
Yeah.
refused to go back and watch them with old, jaded, idiot me eyes. I just remember them fondly.
Well, I like old
watch.
movies.
I'd hate to go watch them again and find out I don't like this movie.
Yeah.
I'll just remember it how I remember it.
But just like as a comedian, I love Walter Matthau. He has incredible. He's an actor, but he has incredible comedic timing. But in the beginning, he didn't play good guys. He played strictly bad guys. Like in the it was a. Give me a second. I'll remember the name of the movie. It's an early Elvis Presley movie. King Creole. That's Walter Matthau playing a very evil person.
I saw something the other day where I was just going down the rabbit hole. Like, you may also like, or whatever it says down at the bottom of IMDb movie pages.
Yeah.
And I was shocked to, like, he was a serial red rummer or some really wicked evil bad guy or something.
Yeah.
It's like, Walter Matthau, for real? Yep, for real.
Oh, there's a lot of he did a lot of good roles. I still remember watching the Bad News Bears when it first came out.
Me too. Saw it in the theaters. Liked it. Well, we made it 3 out of 50. Intermediate.
It just
I don't know how long.
on rare occasions I like movies that you leave your brain at the door. It's just you watch it for fun because it's a fun movie.
Mm-hmm.
Dumb.
Moi?
No, Blucher knocked something over and scared himself. The dog, people. The dog.
Dog. Beware the dog. That's what I used to say. Because they had that big pit bull with the spiky collar warning sign on the fence on the neighbor's house across the street. And I read it like the old Sesame Street guy that reads the words and he sounds them out. I thought it was the dog's name. And I was really tiny. And I thought it said Baware. So I was always trying to get the neighbor slobbering, angry guard dog to come over and let me beep its nose or pet it and calling Baware, Baware. That was not the dog's name.
No.
But it stuck. So I still say that.
Well, it's
Baware
just,
the dog.
I and my brother in our 60s, but I still call him the same nickname on occasions that I called him when I was little.
Oh,
Bubby.
yeah, sure. I call my brother a a-hole and a piece of turd all the time. No, I'm just kidding, Tim. Don't get upset. I don't ever call him
No,
that.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And we used to play SCA, which for those that don't know, stands for Society Creative Anachronism, which is sort of like a medieval thing. And he got his AOA, which indicates that he gets to use the capital L Lord version. And when he received his AOA, I says, if you think this means I'm going to call you Lord Bubby, you got another thought coming.
You got another thing coming. Jump, 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 jump. I still call my brother what I called him when I was probably not a tiny kid, but at some point I started calling him Uncle Big Bro, and I still call him that. Blup, blup.
Just I know it has to happen, but you got the classic scene of the police. You talking about old fashioned police uh, TV shows like Adam
Mm-hmm.
12 and a few others. What's your mother's name, Mommy? Talking to a little kid.
Yep.
Uh,
I don't remember if it was real world or if I saw it on a show, but someone was running around screaming, "Mommy, mommy," and like 40 women come running.
yeah. Oh, beware of real mothers, because they are like mother bears. I don't mean people that give birth. I mean mothers. And there is a difference.
Yep.
Mama bears will put a hurting on your butt.
And mama cats will put a hissing on you when you mess with
Yeah.
their babies.
Look, I've seen a 5-pound cat viscerate a 60-pound dog because it went after its kittens.
I've lived like a 5-ounce kitten eviscerate me. A million years
Oh, those,
ago, our cat, his name was Jack, but I called him Rounce and Jack Chow. It was supposed to be my Priscilla's father's cat. And, somebody, hey, will you take this cat? Her dad's name.
mm-hmm.
Or we're going to have to take it to the dog pound, which never makes sense to me, but I do it too. Why do we call it the dog pound, but we also take cats there? It's just the
Yep.
pound. So of course he was going to take the cat, which means,
Because
especially when
they're,
it popped out of that cage and had everything wrong with it in the world and need $400+ worth of vet bills, that's Dean's cat.
yeah.
Thanks, dude.
Well, the
And
only reason we call it a dog pound is back in the day they didn't take cats.
yeah, we lived in
They
different
only took
eras.
dogs.
But the skin problems that poor little kitten had, requiring me to buy a special mesh bag. Like, see the thumbnail? Like women are supposed to wash their dainties in for fragile items.
Yeah.
But this was so that cats couldn't stick their claws out of it and claw you to death when you have to give your cat a bath 4 or 5 times a day.
Yeah.
And that poor little
Well,
dude, he never had a voice. His ears were so messed up and full of wax and mites and all kinds of stuff. We thought he was
oh,
going to be permanently deaf, and he wouldn't talk. He made no noises. But man, I was washing him one day in that sink, and I don't know how he did it because the bag didn't wiggle, but all of a sudden, all them cat claws come out of that bag and dug into my face.
yeah.
And he did
We
not let go, and them tiny little cat nails went all the way through my skin and poked out again, so there was 2 holes for every nail.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
poor that
back in the
child.
day, we had a cat. My mom got a show cat. It was an Oriental short hair, which is kin to Siamese.
Mm-hmm.
And we were having to medicate it. So we took my padded judo jacket, very extra, this very thick quilted padded judo jackets, and we wrapped the cat into this thing, and the cat still managed to get its claws through the judo jacket, as well as it tried to bite you as you're trying to put a pill down its throat. So it got nicknamed Jaws with Claws. When my grandfather was slowly dying, and my mom was driving every day from Wilmington, North Carolina to Durham, North Carolina, after picking me up. One time she was, this is also after working a full shift and sometimes overtime. She was, when you get tired, you weave. And we got pulled over by a highway patrolman, North Carolina highway patrolman, and it was the middle of winter, and he signaled to roll the window down. So she rolled the window down, and he goes, "That's good. It's cold out here. Can you just pass me your driver's license?" He said, "Yeah." And she got it out of her wallet, and he stuck his hand where it broke the barrier of the window. And all of a sudden, from this dashboard, comes this very loud roar, not roar, but growl. And he goes, "Is that a dog?" No, sir, that's a cat. Cat was sleeping up on the truck's dashboard. He goes, will it attack?" "Yeah, I guess."
Yes,
He says, "Well,
absolutely.
wait, why don't you pass me your driver's license?" And I did. And mommy, and he says, "Why are you on the road so late?" And she told her. But he goes, "Well, I'm a radio ahead, just ahead, so that you can have an escort all the way in to your mother's house. But stop up there at the, he said, a couple of miles, there's a quick, stop and rob, quick stop. I don't remember what store it was. And wash your face and get something to drink and be careful." And we had a highway patrolman tail us from halfway from Wilmington to Durham, all the way into Durham till we hit the driveway of my grandma's house.
It's kind of cool. I mean, that's really cool.
Yeah, like I said, I've had some good experience with law enforcement and some not so good. Uh, Knock on wood, I've never been in jail either.
I've never been.
Not a
Not
place I want to
even.
visit.
Nope.
And Dad always say, kill him with kindness. Be polite at all times. You're less likely to wind up in jail."
Welcome back, Elizabeth. She just typed in the chat. She's back for about 45 minutes.
It is
Yay. We've hopped many topics.
Yeah.
I've advanced to intermediate on the MineSweeper. And started losing often. It's too many little cubes, too many pixels. And I'm 3/4 distracted and trying to remember every so often, say, yay, 500 subscribers, we're on the way. Next stop, 1 million. Especially if whatever we got to do, convince George to turn that camera on and show off the miniatures. Somewhere I have a whole bunch of pictures that time you brought them to the place we use for classes.
Uh-huh.
Remember I had my old Zappy digital camera back then,
Mm-hmm.
and I took a mountain of photo. That was really
Well,
cool. Really good
I
work.
need to get back
Really
to
good
painting.
stuff.
To be honest, I need to get back to get to where I'm painting again for the simple reason I have some projects that need to get done because they're worth money.
My
You
Priscilla's
just
son and his chillins, her grandchillins, and his, I guess it would be her new daughter-in-law, I think.
uh-huh.
His second wife. They're officially married now. They've been together a long time, like 9 years, 10 years. Anyway, yes, they are officially married on paper. For anybody that means to. Anyway, they brought her a little kid's, like, your painting kit. And I joked and laughed all over her that I would roll up all my pennies and go change them in, or just dump them over the counter at the U-Haul rental and empty out that, she calls it her back room, her storage room. It's a junk room.
Yeah.
And it's very disorganized, and there's nothing in there that we've touched in 10 years or more. If she would
Yeah. I know the
just,
or more part.
if she would just paint, you paint, I'll figure out how to sell them online for a lot of money, or hoard them all up for myself.
Well, I got canvases that are blank. I haven't painted on a canvas in a long time. In fact, the last canvas I painted when I showed it off, a former boss of mine says, "Your art scares me." And I'm like, "What?"
Oh, are you the original, before there ever was such a thing, deviant art founder guy?
No, it just the way my brain will wander and I do weird. I was in, it was a class and we were having to do self portraits. And versus doing a very boring self portrait, I did it using basically two colors, black and red. And I used the red as the outlines of the face to look like it was screaming and stretching out of the blackness.
They came
Just like the
from
first
the
self portrait I did
blackness.
in drawing class. I got so bored, I made it look like a wanted poster.
And no internet tube. I know there's lots of bad things at the deviant art stuff, but there's lots of art at the deviant art stuff. And when it used to be
Yeah.
more sci-fi fantasy and kind of the goth girl Tumblr stuff, there was and I'm talking a long time ago when it was fresh and new at deviant art.
Mhm.
The little sister of someone I went to school with was busy filling up deviant art with fairies and occasionally like what we would call a dark, like The opposite of whatever a little sparkle throwing fairy is. A little fairy
Yeah.
that has a pitchfork instead of a magic wand.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. And it was
Well,
really cool. She
one
said,
of the
"Go,
others I
go
did
make
is
sure you hearty hearts or whatever you do at DeviantArt."
I just called it the Big Bang, and what I did is I painted a sphere that could have been a planet or something, blowing apart with, and then using all the brilliant, yellows and oranges and reds, and I just in the art class I was not your typical art student. One, I was not trying to get a degree in art. I was using it as a way to just let my brain go because I was doing double time in the criminal justice field. So I wound up with a degree in criminal justice with a second concentration in studio art. And I did, we had to do a mixed medium piece. So I took, in computer graphics. So I took a drawing of mine that was of a nude relaxing on a leopard skin. And then I found a photo of a pussycat peering through a mouse hole, and I put those in the four corners, and I called it voyeurism. Or we had to, in computer graphics, we had to use objects that he had scanned and create stuff. So I did like dancing scorpions and a things of that nature.
Does any of this stuff still exist in the world?
Somewhere, if I could pull it off the drives, I might have to find an older computer.
Oh. Well, if it was like paintings or sketches or drawings, we could
Some of it is, and some of it's, like I said,
slap it, slap
I
it
did
on
a
the
digital art.
scanner and get it on the internet. Even if we just show
Uh,
it on a live streamers.
I did a lithograph in printmaking. I found a photo of someone in a pool trying to touch the bottom of the pool with their feet towards the top. I inverted the picture, and then I did this drawing of the moon, and it looks like someone dancing on water under a full moon.
You want to dance under the moonlight.
Yeah. Drawing class, we had to take a poem or a song and illustrate the words with pictures. So I did one of my favorite songs, which by which is from the musical Man of La Mancha, which is "To Dream the Impossible Dream." Uh, to reach the impossible star line, I had a climber using stars as handholds, trying to climb to. Hold on, I'm about ready to sneeze.
But you, bless you, goes on tight.
Uh,
Can we say it in German?
to
YouTube, I wonder.
right the unwritable wrong, I showed drew a broken doll, to represent a broken childhood, someone hurting a child. To fight the impossible foe, that's where I got a little tricky. I did a mirror. I got some space blanket. You can get it because it has that mirror-like image fiction. And I drew the mirror and I glued the MauLer in there so you could see yourself.
Mm-hmm.
As well as I did one. It was, you can't, the unbeatable foe. I did an hourglass which was time. You can't beat time. But as the professor said, the worst thing he ever let me do is get bored, because my art started to get weird. We were in figure drawing class, which is where you actually use live models and draw. And the model was kind of splayed. We had a male model splayed out on the floor, or the deck he was laying on. And I got to a certain point, I got bored, so I drew blood coming from his veins, like he just committed cut his wrist to commit suicide.
That's the other S word we can't say. Self-unaliving, self-hurt.
Self-deleted himself. But I mean, this is art, so it's like I just got bored. I mean, that's I remember in sculpting,
Keep
we had
telling
to
it, sir. I'm gonna put you on the loudspeaker and go pee and fill a drink.
we had to do a sculpture from found objects in our house. So I had some toys in the house and some mannequin parts, like a hand, because I used it for a drawing hand. And I took an old army helmet and I glued a toy rhino head to the front of the helmet, mounted the hand to the back of the helmet, took 4 CDs, cut them and attached them to either side so it looked like and drew little feet on him so it looked like he was running real fast. And I called it a hippo beaver. Its Latin name is Licholotopus. And only one person in the entire class got what I was saying. It was a pun on words. And it's just, and the professor was more interested how I found all that stuff in my house. Or did you go out and buy something? No, I didn't buy anything. These are blank CDs that I have tons of. And yes, I have army helmets. And I had a hippo because at one point I had a theory that I would do a 1/12 scale hunting lodge with the different heads mounted on little plaques, like a hippo head and a lion's head and a tiger's head, and then have a G.I. Joe in there in the corner smoking a pipe with his gun collection, his pew-pew collection. It's just some of us think differently, and or as my dad always put it, march to our own drummer. I have one of my dad's canvases. It's huge. I need to get it, figure out how to get it repaired. And it's kind of a Native American style painting, but it's a female's head, and her ponytail, pigtail, whatever you want to call it, comes down, goes along the bottom of the canvas, and comes up, and at the end of the pigtail is a hand, and in the hand is the head of a young child. So like a mother holding their son or daughter's, like showing love on a yellow background, which is, and when I mean it's huge, it's huge.
It's huge. You're fired.
I think somewhere I have one he did. It was based on a National he took the image from a National Geographic magazine. It was a shark jumping out of the water.
Jump the shark. Sharks are awesome. I love them.
Somewhere I even have some of my grandmother's artwork.
And even though I love the shark, I don't want to touch one. And I don't want none touching me.
I've touched enough sharks from going fishing off a pier.
Yeah, me too. But thankfully, none of them had those supposedly wicked backwards facing scales that can rip you to shreds that they always legended me, but I never encountered it.
I think that's a myth. They just have
Yeah.
rough skin because they don't
Yep.
have scales. Well, they do, but you know what we call shark scales?
Tentacles? I don't remember.
No, teeth.
Oh yeah, they have some
Their
vicious
teeth.
scales in the front hole.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Their teeth are technically scales
And
because
one
sharks
time,
are
well,
constantly regrowing their teeth.
yep. One time while trying to play lifeguard at the world famous Huntington Beach, California. I don't know what kind it is. They're little tiny sharks. They don't grow very big. And
Surf
about a
sharks?
no, it's like I don't remember if it's a nurse shark or something or a lemon shark. I think lemon sharks are the big ones. I don't remember, but daggone if one of those things didn't nail me in the leg, and it
Mm.
put a tiny little bloody hole in my leg. And I said, "Well, that's the only one I'm ever gonna have."
Closest thing to that wasn't a shark. It was Christoph was swimming, or actually, he was not swimming. He was laying on a raft, floating around in the sound, and his hand brushed up against one of the posts holding the pier in, and the barnacles just ripped the back of his hand to shreds
Oh,
just by
back when
touching
it
it.
had the big concrete pier. I don't know if they still have it or if they've replaced it, but that was a big thing. All the surfer dude, they called it shooting the pier. If you could surf through the pier,
Yeah,
and it could kill you for those barnacles on those, or KIAU, sorry, tear you to shreds badly. And what's worse is right off the coast of California in those nice cold waters, there's lots of sharks.
oh
You
yeah.
don't you don't want to be the chum and the meat in shark water.
No. Well, North Carolina has sharks, but they don't have as many because the water is much warmer. And I have seen people wrongly identify shark fins when they're not shark fins, they're dolphins.
Now that we have all the aerial stuff, it just seems to me, I guess because I'm in North Carolina, I see it more. It just seems to me in Northern California, man, the great whites are just there. No, they are there.
Yeah.
But down in sunny southern, like at Huntington Beach and San Diego, it's not that big of a risk about the great whites. Holy smokes, it seems like all the time now there's some warning about some flagged and tagged, and so they put helicopters or airplanes or drones up to get eyes on it. Some
Yeah.
known great white shark is roaming the coast of North Carolina off Wrightsville Beach or Wilmington or whatever.
Yeah, but it's out there. It's not where it's risky you going swimming.
Not usually.
But then again, I have seen such a low tide at the coast that, or you could walk for the over a length of a football field and the water never got any deeper than your ankles.
Yeah, the first time I ever went to the North Carolina beach down at Wrightsville or whatever,
Uh-huh.
it was right after a big storm. I don't remember the name of it, a hurricane.
Uh-huh.
And the way it had displaced or eroded things,
Yep.
it's about, I don't know, 5 or 6 feet deep, or 5.5 feet deep. It never got as high as my neck, and I'm
Yeah.
6'2", so it was probably 5 feet deep. And so you could swim for a while in shallow end, 5 feet of water. And then after you swam out a ways, it came right back up to ankle deep, like you're talking about. It was the
Yeah.
weirdest thing.
Well, I've also seen it. People, oh, the North Carolina coast is not dangerous, and then until they experience a rip tide or a cross tide, where you start off on one location and you swim for about you swim outward, and you're swimming, splashing around about for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden you're 2 miles down the coast.
Yep. It's
And then because
dangerous
people,
in different ways, and I see that all the time.
well,
I
the
guess it's
biggest
one of
threat,
those things like you never knew how popular your make, model, and color of car were till you had it.
yeah.
You don't
Well,
notice
part of,
those things generally, but when you were a lifeguard at a beach, you always see the little blip on the side of the news that say, rip warning, rip current
yeah,
warnings, high tide is at whatever time o'clock.
yeah. One of the problems that people don't understand, one of the things that makes North Carolina coast so dangerous, it's not that, they have these things, cross currents, rip tides, undertows. It's the fact that they're not really mappable because
Right.
they're constantly changing. That's one reason it's called the, you know, graveyard of the Atlantic. Because so many, ships in the past have tried to navigate it without knowing and getting up to date information, so they crash.
Yep. That's, I imagine that's a lot of it. Like the California coast is a lot of cliffs and rocks,
Yeah,
and it's deep, fast. At least where I was at, sunny Southern California, and
yeah,
it's worse midway up around Santa Barbara. That's all cliffs that end in the ocean.
mhm. That's
But
the reason the
here,
water's blue.
it's all sand, and man, that amount of big water can move a lot of sand.
Yep.
So I imagine
Destroy
try,
islands and create new ones.
yeah, I can imagine how easy it would be to, you sailed out or rowed out or whatever, stayed a few days, came back, and now whatever they call it, grounded your boat.
Yeah,
Wait a minute, because that was really odd being about like a long way out there, and all of a sudden it's ankle deep again
yeah,
for a long way. And then after another big storm, whether or not we were actually calling it a hurricane still at the time,
yeah. Or tropical
it,
storm.
yeah, or nothing. It had turned back into a depression or a low pressure system. It doesn't change the churning of the bottom of the ocean and the top of the
Nope.
ocean. Things get different in a hurry in North Carolina coast.
But just, I mean, look how far they had to move Cape Hatteras Lookout, uh,
Yeah, the lighthouse.
the lighthouse. How far inland they had to move it,
Yep.
and part of that, I hate to say, is because people being stupid, cutting away which held the beach in place, the crabgrass and the scrub oaks and things of that nature. Just like as a kid, I can remember us going out springtime, late spring when the water's real warm, and watching the turtles come up, sea turtles come up and lay their eggs. No one would bother them. it was just neat to watch turtles come up and dig holes, lay their eggs, and then go back out to sea. Then they had to start sometime in the 80s, they had to start roping off the beaches just because people were stealing turtle eggs. Yeah, I'm old. Because I still
For
remember as a
all
kid being able to go skinny dipping in the ocean.
for all the millions of reasons. And
Oh,
that was always funny trying to explain, especially in a lib place like California
yeah.
and a tourist trap like Los Angeles. You know, all the
Uh-huh.
Europeans would come over and the young girls and the teenage girls would have their bathing suit bottoms and no tops.
Yeah.
And so all the lifeguards had to run around telling all them and trying to figure out someone who could interpret it. No, you gotta cover up. And why?
Yeah.
Because 9-year-old dude ninnies are okay, but little 9-year-old girl ninnies that are the exact same thing, the nipples, they're not developed. It's not sexual, but even in California, you got to cover that up.
Oh, yeah.
We had
And
nude
things do
beaches
change.
when I was growing up.
I never thought you'd ever have a nude beach in North Carolina, but there is one. I mean, we are part of the Bible Belt.
Yep, nudists. Yay, I got a
Um,
trophies +1. They make a trophies of men.
just like I remember when I was 5 and we were crab fishing off of a pier, and this was on the inlet waterway. And we had these. The best way to describe it is if you had the crab trap closed, it looked like a pyramid. But when you let it down, the points of the pyramid would fall apart and look like a star, and then and with a square bottom. And in the middle of the square, you'd tie like a chicken wing.
Mm-hmm.
Let it down, and this crab comes along, and I'm looking down to the water because you, as a 5-year-old, you don't know. It looked like this huge sea monster was going after the chicken leg. So I pulled up the trap real quick, and Dad was like, "What are you doing? Catch the crab!" I says, "It's too big. It's too big."
Ooh, it's a monster. The creature from the Black Lagoon.
But I'll let you know, when Mom was cooking all those crabs, I enjoyed eating them. And it wasn't like eating Alaskan king crabs. She would, once they were cooked, she would demeat them, pull the meat out, and then either put it on rice or do like a crab salad or something of that nature.
You didn't
Do
eat.
they have horseshoe crabs in California?
Oh, I'm sure. Yes. Aren't those the long time descendant of the long extinct trilobite or trilobite or whatever they call it?
Yeah, it looks like has like a long tail. It looks almost like a
Horseshoe
stinger, but it's not.
crab. Yeah. It's got that weird bowl shaped shell.
Yeah.
And they always remind me of, and there used to be a really cool video game company called that Trilobite is an animal. There it is. It's up on the screen. Extinct marine anthropods, but it still reminds me of a
Yeah, that's it.
horseshoe crabs remind me of those.
Just like I remember we'd have fiddler crab races. Fiddler crabs, these little itty bitty crabs that like to burrow in the sand when the waves come.
Yep.
We'd see them, dig them up real quick, put them in a in a bucket, and then go near that. Draw a circle and hold them up, and as soon as the surf come, let go of them. See who's got into the ground first.
Who?
Yep. The day when we knew how to entertain ourselves. Right, wrong, or indifferent.
Without a screen.
Yeah, without a computer screen.
Says the guy yapping it up on a screen.
Yeah.
I'm old. Do what I say, not what I do.
Just growing up, I had the croup as a kid, and croup is a coughing ailment. I don't know if they still have croup anymore. They might have found a cure for it. But anyhow, I had a bad case of croup, and that kept me out of school for a couple weeks. To entertain myself, my dad gave me a little cassette recorder, and I would make up stories and record them like a radio show on these little tape recorders, complete with making my own sound effects. Like for creaks, I'd make my bed frame was metal, so I'd make the bed creak, and then I would listen to it to the point it made other people ill.
There you go. You are a born podcaster. Now start producing the content.
I was a born ham, is what it is.
That's what a podcaster is. Or a YouTuber. For those of us that somebody said something the other day about it, that hide behind these avatars and icons. I don't really care. You can go look at my horse and G-word videos. The worst part of me is probably not my face. It's my voice. I don't care. You don't like either one.
Change
There's
the
like
channel.
70 million, 70 million channels of puke on your TV to choose from. It's a line from a Pink Floyd song. He says, I have 13 channels of SH.
Have you ever
to
caught
choose from.
yourself miming, changing the channel, and you reach up and when you're miming it, you turn the knob versus use a remote?
No, but
Click, 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 click.
I did grow up with, you know what children are? Ask my mother's still in the chat. She'll tell you. You know what children are? TV remotes.
The first time I ever saw a TV with a remote was my grandma's. And when we're talking in the 70s, and it was the color TV, and it had 4 buttons. And when you press one, it made a loud clack, 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 clack.
We didn't call ours the clicker. We called it the clanker. Grandma's Zenith TV remote, and it was connected by a wire.
No, this one was remote. I mean, it literally sent out a radio signal to the TV to do whatever you told it to do.
Yeah, Grandma used to have one of the ancient old big, and that was a clanker too. In just the nature of people speaking, they say, you know, go get the clicker.
Yeah.
Who's got such a fancy one that it only clicks? Ours goes clank, 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 clank.
Well, I mean, it made a sound when you push the button down, and then when you release the button, it made this another sound. Clack, clack.
Yep, that's what ours did. So we called it the clanker. Well, that's what Grandma's did. Ours was a knob.
Yeah.
And that's what the adults would tell the kid. Get up and go change the channel.
If you were lucky, you got 4 channels. At least in this narrative. You got NBC, ABC, CBS, and PBS. PBS was only if you were lucky.
I don't remember if they were affiliated, but back in the early days of internet, I did the first in North Carolina. Eastern North Carolina. I beat all the big boys. And for WKFT TV 40 out of Vietnam,
Oh yeah,
we had
I was fixing to say
online television guides.
the first time we ever had a true fourth channel is when we moved to Fayetteville in '77, and you had at one point it was 28, then they changed it to 40, but it was a UHF channel,
Mm-hmm.
so you had to use the second knob.
Got 13 channels of radio edit to choose from.
Because I remember one of the things they had, if I got home in time, was called Barney's Army. And it would show cartoons or animation. And that's the first time I saw a true Japanese animation. And it was Star Blazers
Not
back in the
Speed Racer.
late 70s.
I'm being forced to guess, I think. Nope, I'm not. No, I am.
And you could send them a letter and they'd read your name off for your birthday to say happy birthday.
Yeah, I win, smiley face. Trophies +2. Yeah, now I don't know what you would do. Kids these days, poor them.
Yeah. Friday and Saturday night. Well, I still remember the channel at 2:00, 2:00, depending on the channel. All of a sudden, they'd play the national anthem. You see the flag, and then all you got was the signal for another 5 minutes. Then it went to static.
Yep.
But then again,
Of
I
our
remember
time, I can't imagine trying to watch like Poltergeist. Such a great movie. And the
yeah,
poltergeists talk to the little girl through the static after the blue angels fly over.
yeah,
I can't imagine trying to watch that with mine, and they're in their 20s now, and having to explain that to them. That
yeah,
why is the TV doing that? Because they grew up fully digital,
yep.
or sit down try to watch
Entertainment
something.
24/7. 100 channels.
100, good God!
I
When
still remember my cousins got satellite for the first time, and a big, huge satellite, and you had to adjust the satellite knob to get tuned into certain channels.
when the grands were the older twins were, I don't remember how old. They still weren't grown up talking because they called the remote the moat. They left the re
Uh-huh.
part off. That was when their parents finally decided that they were allowed to watch some television.
Yeah.
And they had satellite back then because they lived way out in the woods in the country. So when I first ever got to sit down and let my grandchildren pilot television for me with their moat, dag if they didn't pull up that guide, and it had a little over 1,100 channels. I was like, so you could just sit here and scroll the guide all day? I don't. Had been out of the loop so long. I was good and sick of cable TV and the way too many channels back when it had like 65.
I didn't have
1,100
any more than
channels.
four, maybe 5 channels until I graduated. And I got well, actually, no, I did it when I was in high school because I had a temporary job. I earned some money, so we had cable vision for a short period of time when we
Yep.
moved into this house. The first time I had cable vision, it's because they left it on, and whoever owned the house left their cable box here.
Mm-hmm.
before they would, oh, you need to turn in the box or we're going to start charging you. How do you know? It's on. I didn't pay for it. I didn't ask for it. You just left it on. So I ain't paying squat. And then I actually bought it on purpose. Yeah, the MTV generation. I was part of the MTV generation that didn't watch MTV.
Yeah, me too. I always would listen to that song on the radio about how video killed the radio star and think, how, no. I'm listening to this on the radio.
Well, the same reason I don't like George of the Jungle is the same reason I can't stand Boy George.
Hmm. I can't think of any.
You walk into high school and, he's the new thing with Culture Club, and because your first name's George, they're going to call you Boy George. What? You see a boy, you get on your knees and make him a man. That was my response. Sorry, internet peoples. That was me being snarky, because that's what I'd tell them.
And a space opera, science fiction double feature picture show. All genders identified. All the disclaimers, all the disqualifiers. Back in the good old days.
Well, it's just like back in the 70s when Wonder Woman came out. I liked season 1. I didn't like season 2. And
That was in
the
the
number of
80s.
males. Huh?
I thought that was in the 80s. Did it really
Nope,
come out in the
that's in the
70s?
70s. Yes. Because came out before Battlestar Galactica, and Battlestar Galactica's first season was in 78, 79, and
Sure
then
did.
they came out with Battlestar Galactica in 1980 and killed it.
75 to 79, Wonder Woman, the TV series.
Because I like the World War II version of it.
Yeah, the only part I really remember about Wonder Woman is that I thought the idea of girly girls sitting in a glass plane was kind of exciting.
Yeah.
And the whole OSS thing intrigued me.
Yes. Well, it was kind of funny that she wore more clothing when she went in the ocean than she did on dry land. I mean, she was wearing a, head to toe, complete with hood when she went in the ocean, but on land it was a bathing suit that she had to literally be glued into. And there was a number of adult males or younger that was watching it just to see if she'd ever bounce out of that outfit.
Yeah. The answer is no.
No, she did once. That's the reason I said they glued her in. It was they were filming one of the first or second episodes, and she literally bounced out of the costume. No, that never made TV, but
yeah, even if she did, you had to be a special kind of something to sit around thinking, if she did, this is not a live TV show,
yeah.
They would surely not develop that film and tape it all back together and put that on broadcast television. Yep.
I mean, I still remember watching Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, and when they did season 2 or season 3, the only thing I liked about it was the one character, Hawk, the Hawkman.
I think we discussed it
Um,
before. Is Battlestar Galactica, the one where the OG was hanging around a necklace and said "beady beady beady" on the little robot?
that was Buck Rogers.
Yeah, Buck Rogers.
Battlestar Galactica, where they put a chimp in a dog suit.
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica is the one that had the later smart car with AI robot in the car. It's the car's front was the robot eyes from outer space.
Oh, Knight Rider.
Yeah, that little thing going back and forth.
Yeah, like a Cylon's eye.
Yeah.
And in fact, they use the exact same sound.
Yep. That's all I remember about it. And I know that lady's name was Erin because we looked it up in one of the previous 63 live streams that always ended up going back to movies.
Well, the show I liked more than I did Knight Rider was Hard Case, McCormick and Hard Case and McCormick, or McCormick and
Hardcastle.
Hardcastle. As well as BJ and the Bear.
BJ McKay and his best friend Bear. Uh-uh.
That was the 70s, though. That one. Because that's when, W.C. McCall came out with Convoy. And trucker slang was on the end. If you were cool, you had a CB in your vehicle. We had a CB, but it was no damn 40 channels. It was 23 channels.
Yeah, I had
And it was
one in
because
my house, and
I have my dad's old bass unit
I had one
in
in
the
a
garage.
car once. And of course, when I drove truck for a year and rode with the other guy for a few months before the year, had to have the CB.
Well, back in 76, a
That's the
friend of the
spirit.
family, huh?
I said, that's the spirit.
Yeah. Um, we were going to Peachtree, Georgia for a reenactment in Highland Games. And a friend of the one of the other reenactors, who I later found out was actually a second cousin, he and someone else owned a Radio Shack. And so that we could all stay in touch with each other, he installed a CB radio into Mama's truck. What's weird is I still can remember my handle and my brother's handle and another brother's handle. We had Mikey, who was the bandit because he liked raccoons, and that's what his grandfather called him. Christoph was Pooh Bear. Mother was Mama Bear, and I was the Carolina Bush Eater. And it had nothing to do with what most people thought. My dad gave me that handle because he had me using a riding lawnmower on the property where he had his shop, and he didn't have his rose bushes clearly marked, and I kept running over them. One summer I ran over $100 in rose bushes. Well, you didn't mark them. But then again, I'd get on the riding lawnmower and think I was, at Daytona.
Yeah, driving the NASCAR.
And I hate watching NASCAR. That was the funny part. But to pretend you're driving a race car, that's different.
Yeah, none of that ever interested me except Demolition Derby. I thought that was the heat. Just go smash them, crash them derbies.
Yeah. Just like in the 80s, I was really into four-wheel drives. And pickup trucks. Never
My
in the loud motors, but I like the idea of going over any terrain.
Yeah, my mom did all that stuff. There was a very popular place for lifting up your truck and putting the lights and the KC lights and a roll bar and big giant wheels. It was called Pasadena
And the
Off-Road
and the
Center,
air
Port.
horns
Yep.
and the air horns that played Dixie.
It's Duke Oh Hazard.
Well, Rockingham, North Carolina is the only place I know that in the theaters, Bandit with Burt Reynolds played for almost 5 years continuously.
I can believe it.
Oh, I don't know if you're interested, but they've actually reopened Rockingham Speedway to NASCAR again. So their
I didn't
races are
know it
back.
had ever been closed to NASCAR.
Yeah, they moved the NASCAR races out of there for a number of years. Just I've been to Rockingham Speedway, but not during the races. I've been to the Charlotte Speedway, but never during the races. We had a reenactment we did at the Charlotte Speedway 1975, 76. And not only did we get paid a little cash for doing the reenactment, as we were leaving the speedway, they filled up everybody's tank with gas because the height of the gas crunch. Mm.
Those were the days, my friend. They did
Oh
odd,
yeah,
even days with whatever I don't remember if it was letters or numbers or both. What they if your license plate ended in an odd number, you could only buy gas on an odd number day.
yeah. Unless you were part of emergency services. Mom always worked at the hospital, so we were considered, vital personnel.
Yeah, essentials.
But the other thing that happened at the Charlotte Speedway is it was the first reenactment we actually had showers we could go take, and they set it up so the men did showers then the women, and I think it was about because we'd been there already for 2 days, and there was some men's shower times, and one of the ladies gets it busy says, "I'm tired of taking a cold shower, so if you're embarrassed, you can either leave or close your eyes. I'm coming in."
Now there's 600
Well,
stinking men who nobody could get in the showers for 2 days, and now they all want to be in there. Hey, a woman in the shower.
well, I mean, because at the speedway they didn't have separate sexes showers and thing for the because you're using the racers locker room. Just like I still remember, it was York, South Carolina, 1977, and they had a congressman. I don't remember his name. He's one of the one of their local representatives, and basically accidentally. I don't know if he meant to say it, but he said, "If there's anything we can do for y'all, just let us know." And Phil Billings went up there and said, "Yeah, we would like some place to take a hot shower." And we got taken to a place. Not only we had able to take a hot shower, we were able to use a swimming pool because this was the middle of summer in South Carolina. And that night, not only did we get the senator drunk, inebriated beyond all, we got the high sheriff inebriated beyond to the point his deputies had to come get him and put him in back of a squad car and take him home. I just say in the regiment, but I was not drinking. I was underage. Well underage.
Underage when my aunt got married. Her priest or whatever he was, I think it was a priest, pastor, the guy that did the marrying officials.
Yeah.
He kept standing around with that champagne glass behind his back. And me and my brother were suited up to go pour the champagne for the adults.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I passed behind that pastor preacher guy, I noticed his cup needed a little bit of topping up. And he was
Yeah.
just sipping on it to be polite at first, you know. And pretty soon, he was wrecked.
Yeah.
And my aunt was mad at me.
Never let kids tend bar.
Got her priest or whatever he was wrecked. Made him stumbling drunk.
So going in the summer, going 75, going into 76. We were at a regimental get together, and Don Gallimore asked me to fix him a Bloody Mary. I was about 10 years old. Well, not really having a clue of what's in a Bloody Mary other than tomato juice, but they had no tomato juice, so I put ketchup in it. Well, and then I went, well, some of them say there's Tabasco sauce in it, so I put some Tabasco sauce in the glass, and didn't have a clue of what alcohol you put in a Bloody Mary. So I put a little bit of everything that was in the bar
Oh,
in
man.
the glass.
I don't even know what it is. Is it vodka?
Yeah, but I didn't know that at the time.
Oh, I just,
And
I
he
was just
took a
taking wild
big
guesses.
Gulp and went, "Bleh! What are you trying to do? Kill me? What's in this? We don't have any tomato juice, so I used ketchup instead. That's tomato
Yep.
and that Tabasco sauce and some Worcestershire sauce and some of that bottle and some of that bottle and some of that bottle."
Oh, man. How
Oh.
nasty.
I was just like, do you remember? I don't know if your mother ever did the Tupperware scene.
My mom did a little bit, but she had so many friends that overdid it.
Well, I'm just saying, would she go to Tupperware parties and buy
Oh,
Tupperware
yes.
stuff? You remember those tall Tupperware iced tea glasses?
Oh, yeah.
We were in Peachtree, Georgia. I get another story with dealing with Peachtree, Georgia. No, not Peachtree. That was Savannah, Georgia. Mom had stopped. She was on a diet, so she bought some Tab
1
and she
calorie
bought
diet.
some bourbon and light beer.
Ew.
And once we got from Wilmington to Atlanta, Georgia, Savannah, Georgia, not Atlanta. It's outside Atlanta because it was Stone Mountain. She asked me to fix her a drink. She didn't specify. So I put about a third of a cup of light beer and about a quarter cup of bourbon and then the rest of Tab. She took about 2 swigs and she decided she was going to bed. So I'm thinking, what am I going to do with this drink? So I just started passing around to all the adults. And everyone I gave, they'd take a couple of gulps of it, and then they were going to bed. I'm like, what the? And they asked me the next morning, what was in that drink? well, Mom wanted a drink, so I put some light beer in it and some bourbon and some tab. And someone said, "You mean you gave us a Boilermaker?" And I went, "What's a Boilermaker?"
Sorta, except it has 1 calorie tab in it.
Also, to later go find out, the sweetener they used in tab is similar to the sweetener they use in Gatorade. And alcohol likes to ride it piggyback straight to the bloodstream.
Yep.
Found that out much later in life when we had to take care of the kid that tried to match another adult kid. I mean, he was like 18, 19. Drink for drink, and they started off drinking Everclear and lemonade, and they ran out of lemonade, so they switched to Crystal Light. And Chris's
It's
wife
amazing what.
made him go to bed, and Brett and I were getting ready to go to bed, and we found the kid passed out behind our tents. So we propped him up on a shield, and so his face wasn't in the ground, and I made sure he was not on his back but on his stomach, because we didn't want him to drown in his own vomit.
Yep.
Because he was suffering from alcohol poisoning, because the electrolytes in Crystal Light alcohol will ride those things straight to the bloodstream, and it was Everclear that they were drinking.
Not a great
And
idea.
you know what that young kid is these days? He's a doctor. I still don't consider him very bright, but he's a doctor. Went to Duke University, Chapelline and Duke.
Yay. Blue Devils. Hoorah. The Blue Devils. Duke fans. Duke has the Blue Devils, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Duke fans.
Wake Forest are the Deacons. Carolina the Rams.
Special collector item Pepsis. Pepsi
I
brand.
have one.
Blue Devils branded Pepsi Colas.
Oh no, I have one from the year that Michael Jordan was playing, and they won the ACC and the NCC tournament, the national tournament as well as the local tournaments. And they put the Carolina Ram on it. I think it still has a Pepsi. I never opened it.
Back in the good old days when I was doing computer stuff, somebody had left their 2 or 3 or 6 pack or whatever it was of their Blue Devils Pepsis on a shelf above their bookkeeping accounting office. Not only their computer, but their whole bookkeeping accounting office desk.
Yeah.
And one day something happened and they exploded, and all that Blue Devil Pepsi Cola juice ran over all their important bookkeeping papers and killed their computer.
In fact, I still have a couple of cans of Coors beer with the Duke on them. I think it's the picture from Hondo.
John Wayne
because they were doing
Hondo.
a commemorative beer can for when he passed away.
Uh-huh. They used to have a poster, but it was not an original from when the movie was brand new. It was at the video stores.
Uh-huh.
that the original said John Wayne in Hondo
Yeah.
10 million years ago.
Yep.
But the one they had at the video stores said John Wayne is Hondo.
Yeah.
And I always tried to convince the video store because I'm just dumb that way, low IQ or something. Once I saw it and my mind recognized to me, wait a minute, what's different about this? And they changed the word in to is to try to avoid copyright. Back in the day, they'd have to figure it out and sue you. Copyright strikes, old school.
Yep. I
John
know
Wayne is Hondo.
that's how we lost my favorite pizza joint growing up. It was called Snoopy's.
Oh, yep.
And their sign was Snoopy on the doghouse, like he's fighting the Red Baron. Because it was a
On the
very
salt
unique
with
pizza
Hamill.
in the 70s. It was a very unique pizza joint. You could actually watch them hand toss your pizza
Yeah.
behind glass, as well as they played old silent movies.
Cool.
Buster Keaton and the original Little Rascals.
Those are the best. Daggone it.
Charlie Chaplin and
I'm forced to guess again, I think.
and the pinball. They had a little pinball area in the corner, and it had a. It was called. I think the game was called Chicago or something like that. But it was a little shooting gallery game where the gun shot these little BBs.
I don't know if I'm going to make it all the way to 50 intermediate wins. I keep getting distracted by stuff you say and stuff I say and thoughts.
Yeah.
But that's all right. I'll click faster and lose more.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it. We grew up in a very unique time, changing technologies. Remember when I was in high school, part of my accelerated math class, we had to write computer programs in BASIC for a little trash 80. Had basically write the program so it did solve particular math problems.
Go to 10.
When my mother got her first calculator. It was the size of her checkbook. And had the liquid crystal numbers.
Go to 1.
And the first handheld, little handheld with its own screen computer game, like for a better word, was it was a little football game.
Yep, everybody had it. So it had
Not
some
everybody.
dashes and some dots.
And, oh yeah, and let's not forget Simon Says.
Speak and spell. ONDR.
Oh yeah. I had to speak and spell because that was a learning game. They wouldn't buy me the football game or the asteroid game or the Pong. But the speak and spell, or spell and speak, that one they'd get.
It was speak and spell. And we always tried to figure out how to make speak and spell say stuff. ONDR was open the door.
Oh, I still remember trying to figure out how to get the old calculators to spell dirty words.
Yeah. Uh,
The best you could do is like hell and
yeah, the kids in school, and they love to insult the girls by writing 5537 8008, and when you flip it upside down, it says boobless.
or go to hell. Uh,
Mm,
them were the days.
those were the days, my friend. We wished they'd never end. Except,
You're not far off, to be honest. Not far off. We had more independence, less hovering, because we were the latchkey kids. Latchkey kid generation. In other words, both parents were. This is for the very. Both parents were working, and you had to unlock your own door to get yourself in.
without a babysitter and a nanny and grandma and 52 other people, and paid armed security at the driveway.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
I would have had a big brother, but he joined the Navy when I was 9. After that, it was just me and Mom.
They make us the trophies of men. I got a trophies plus one. Keep on a clicking, MineSweeper mini marathon. 500 subs.
And when we go to reenactments in 76, Mom would drive and I'd be her navigator. That's what I said. I could read a map long before I could read a book good.
You fly, I'll navigate. I had a bad stomach or a bad brain or both. I couldn't help my mom with the driving because I got road sick. Lots of it.
Well, as long as I was doing something, I was okay. As soon as there was nothing to do, I'd go to sleep.
Yeah, once I'd hack up everything I'd eaten for the last 2 days and drink, I'd be all right. Now we can ride. We just need a couple of pit stops. Oh, I clicked left when I meant to click right. I did it again. Come on, fingers. You can do it. It's
Yeah.
only a mini marathon.
If you had
Not
to
like,
go to the bathroom, my dad was one of those, can you hang on just a minute? I'll stop in just a minute.
yeah.
We're almost there, just a minute.
But
And
I
when
have to
Chris was
pee.
small, he goes, Daddy, I need to go bathroom. Okay, we're almost there. Hang on a minute. He did that about 4 or 5 times, and my mom happened to look in the back seat of the station wagon and says, Fred, you better pull over. Dad, Christoph was standing up in the chair in the back seat right behind Dad, unzipping his pants like he's going to pee on his head.
When they gotta go, they gotta go.
Yeah. Some people have to figure that one out the hard way. Bing, got to go. I'll be right back.
All right. I'll sit here and click the clickers and think about repeating. Because even though it still says one watching now, he just went to the bathroom. But just in case someone else happens across this later. We're MineSweeper mini marathoning. We talked about lots of stuff for the last lots of hours. 4. That's a good marathon. I should have been clicking along. Lots of names and ranks and serial numbers in the description of people we give thanks to for the milestone marker. I have to go look before I get done playing this. I don't mean this game, I mean playing the live streamer. And make sure that I properly linked up Mr. Under Duress. I don't remember if I did or didn't. I can search the text file easier than looking in the description of the live video. We're trying to meet before we end this win adept. We want to be an adept. 50 intermediate level games. Last time I refreshed the page, I had 14. 2. Next time, I think to get more views, we won't MineSweeper marathon. We use the other girl on the picture. Woman. If that's how she so identified back in the day. These days, we'll do a maiden form marathon. Yowza. Or kitty cat eyes. One or the other. But it's alright. It's just me blowing off the steameries. Me and George yapping it up. Oh, I did it again. Twice in a row. Mine said, click right. Hand said, click and left. You lose. You win, Hand. You win. You got me. Can we math this? For this to be one of these has to be one. Nope, I cannot math it. So let's play guessing. Boom, guessed wrong. Oh my goodness. Look at all those ones. Do we dare do one more? No. Yes. Sure. Click like a madman. Unknown. Skip one. Good skip. Good skip. Good guess. Good idea. When the MineSweeper makes you guess, guess like madness. Mm. When the MineSweeper allows you to use the pattern, use the pattern. But go slow and make sure your correct finger is clicking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dos. What else have we? We've talked about generations. We talked about stuff. We talked about station wagons. At least
Yeah.
riding in. We talked about throwing up all over your mama's car. Usually a Volkswagen Beetle. It's a bug.
Well, talking about generations, it just first cell phone were bricks and bag phones. Those weren't the first ones, but the first phones, of that nature, they were called radio phones using actual radio operators and stuff like that. And they were only in certain high priced cars. And in the 90s, you got the brick phones and the bag phones. Then they went as small as they could with the flip phones. Now it seems like they're past 10, 15 years, they're trying to go back the opposite direction. How big can we make the telephones? Because they're full-fledged computers now, not just a telephone.
They were far more powerful than the first 20 years of desktop computers I owned.
Yeah. Oh, takes me back. You used to be able to sign up for a program that they'd give you a little bit of money or time on their mainframe. If you left your computer, your home computer on, hooked up to this network so that they could use it as part of a daisy chain for a supercomputer.
It was called distributed computing. Yep.
Yes, I
Lend
signed up for it.
lend them your processing power.
It was 1985 before it was on my first supercomputer, and that was at college. First time I went to college. And then when I left there, I went to community college, and we were having to learn how to do Word, or was it Word Perfect? No, Word Perfect, Excel, and then the other one, which because it was a word processor, a database, and a spreadsheet.
Yep. Long before there was such a thing as all integrated into one called Microsoft Office.
Yep. Well, even when they first came out with Microsoft Office, it's still 3 separate programs that you had to put in the 5 1/4 floppies in, or when you got high speed, the 3.5 slightly harder floppies. Then you got a little high speed, and you got a super disk, which held 120 megabytes. The Super 120s.
In the good old days.
It's hard to believe that when I first started teaching, thumb drives was a new thing, and they had less than a half a megabyte on them. I know because when I helped them write the grant to get some new computer equipment, I got one of the new thumb drives that had a full megabyte worth of memory. In fact, I still have it. Teachers
All
were, well,
that.
how you get one with a 1 meg? I said, I helped write the grant, and I told them what to go buy.
Worm. Did you ever have a worm drive? Write once, read many.
Yep.
Later evolutions, very soon after everybody got tired of saying worm drive
And then
or
you had to learn the
flopnicals.
difference between RAM and ROM, and
They
every
just
time you
called
turned the
them
machine on, you had to put the floppy in, or in the early
CDs.
days, cassette, if you were lucky. Otherwise, you had to write the whole program all over again.
Yep.
And boy, were cassettes slow.
Yep. And we're too far in it. If that dial up modem sound was something new to you, because that's the exact same song that the cassette tape sang if you just turned the volume up.
Yeah.
Blah blah. Clicky ones and twos, ones and zeros, zeros and ones.
And if you were really into computers, what was one of the first things you learned? How to destroy your memory. Run a magnet over it, or stick it in the microwave.
Leave
Because when
that
that
big
movie,
old truly floppy disk out there in the sunshine for a couple hours. It was done.
yep.
Everything warped and the sun heat demagnetize the surface.
That's also learned that you didn't have to stick it in the microwave. You could stick it on the microwave and just turn the microwave on.
Mm.
Do about the same thing because the microwave creates a magnetic field around it.
Yeah, they're not supposed to, but they oftentimes do. Because he be leaking. Someone get me the amber
Oh,
lamps.
see, I remember we used to call them microwaves when microwaves first came up. They weren't microwaves; they were toaster ovens. At the convenience store, you'd put your sandwich in there to heat it up, or your burrito.
Was it a real toaster oven or was it a microwave?
It wasn't a microwave, and it wasn't really a true toaster oven. I don't remember. I think it was closer to being a toaster oven because or a combination thereof, because the
Yeah.
package would swell up. Because they used to have these things called steak sandwiches, which was a good hamburger, high quality beef with cheese, and I'd get that and put ketchup and mustard on, or get the original convenience store burritos, which to me would taste better than the frozen burritos we have nowadays.
That was another thing that in the later years, going back to Huntington Beach, it was a mandatory thing that you go get the Roach Coach beach burritos, knowing that you're going to eat more sand than burrito.
Yeah.
It's a thing that you must do.
Just like there was this hotel at Myrtle Beach I used to like to go to. Uh, Kids were allowed to wear their swim trunks for breakfast and for lunch. But when you went to the restaurant at the hotel in the evening, you had to wear pants, shoes, shirt, and a tie. Because it was really in the morning, the waiters wore black pants and white jackets. At lunch, they either wore the white jackets or red jackets, but in the evening, they all wore black pants, black jackets, white gloves, and bow tie.
Freaky.
It was a high-end hotel. And because Cousin Ann always liked staying there versus, even though they owned a condo, she preferred staying at the hotel. She said, yeah, that way I don't have to do the cleaning. So instead, they would rent out the condo and use the money from renting out the condo to go stay at the hotel. That was the slightly richer side of the family, because she owned and ran Ashland Oil Company, and her husband was a shrink. But he rarely worked as an actual shrink. He preferred to work the emergency room because as a doctor at the emergency room, he made more money.
Well, sounds like a smart guy.
Their oldest son, his last job was working on the railroad. I can't remember if it was as a conductor or something of that nature. I mean, actually on the trains.
Mm-hmm.
The second son, who was closer to my age, became a bank examiner. And the youngest started off as a physical therapist and now is a dentist or dental surgeon. Difference between a dentist and a dental surgeon is what they can do and an extra year of school, an extra 6 months of internship. Is
I never paid any attention to it. Every dentist I've ever known was a doctor of dental surgery. At least that I knew it well enough to know the initials after their name.
yeah. Well, he was a physical therapist, but due to the fact that my mom was retiring and didn't want to move, he got the job that was being offered to her, and he went up as high as he could as far as pay scale, and then went back to Carolina to become a dentist. Now he owns his own dental practice. Within 2 years, he owned the dental practice, and within 2 more years, he owned the land and built his own building. I think dentists make more money than regular doctors.
They all process lots of money, but actually, how much they keep, that's all. I guess depends on what kind of office management or practice management help they can get.
Yeah, but it's
Mexican, true Mexican. I'm not being derogatory. He was from just south of Mexico City, who used to own some Mexican restaurants around here. Authentic, he said. One time he said that in his world, you know you're rich when you can afford your employees stealing from you.
that makes a weird kind of sense.
Man, it was like, oh, yeah, that does make a world of sense.
Just like, retirement, when nowadays it's all about money, how much you're going to get paid when you get retired and stuff like that. And I remember because my grandfather, hence, retired from Nabisco, and Nabisco would once a month or twice a month, most likely it was once a month, would send him these huge box of crackers and cookies and whatever the latest new snack they were getting ready to do comes out.
Hmm.
And then there would be a little card in, rate this snack. So in that house, if it wasn't Nabisco, it didn't enter the house. Because he retired as this head salesman or vice president in charge of sales for the East Coast. My dad was a salesman for Nabisco for a while. That's how he got to meet the um, owners that started what we know as Harris Teeter. It's been sold many times since then. And mom had to go to all these gold bond flour bake-offs because it was expected, the salesman or the wife of the salesman had to be a judge at all these cake bake-offs and stuff. Which was weird. That was the only time my dad ever made more money than my mom. Was when he was a salesman.
Well, he must have
In fact,
did good.
yeah. And then he left that, become a minister.
Uh,
And boy, is there a pay discrepancy there. I think when Dad first became a minister in the 60s, their annual pay was like $6,000 to $9,000.
Ever loving son of a preacher man. Yes, he was.
Because I used to make the joke, because Chris was born when my dad was a salesman for Nabisco, that Chris was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I was born with silver on my nappies because I found the baby pins,
Mm-hmm.
fancy baby pins that they had, and it was like a baby pin with this silver thing with my initials on it. The pin's long been busted, but I still have the silver part. Because when I was clearing out my aunt's house, I found my brother's silver spoon, baby spoon. Because it had his initials, and he's the only one that has those initials in the family ever. But
Picked myself into another corner. One of these two. Means not one of those. Oh. I'm just having MineSweeper fatigues. Might have to
yeah,
quit the MineSweeper without the achievements.
I was
I blew it up
clearing
again.
out a sideboard that's been stuffed full of stuff forever, and I found a letter written to me from my christening from my godfather. Now, I haven't read it yet, but I've got it.
Godfather.
Yep. George Frederick Hinkle.
Hinkle. Hinkle,
Yeah, that was his
hinkle,
last
hinkle.
name. He was one of my dad's buddies from seminary school. Good German name.
Yep. Hinkle, 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 hinkle.
Yeah. Chris was named for his godfather, which was Christoph Heinrich Hintz. Or that's my brother's name, but Christoph Heinrich. Another good German name. Can't tell that half my family's German, can you? Of German descent.
Line.
I guess that's one of the reasons I hate the term the libs call conservatives now when they call them Nazis, because growing up in the 60s and 70s, because my last name was German, I got called a Nazi all the time. Even though my grandmother was a member of the U.S. Army Air Corps during World War II. My grandfather Williams wasn't allowed to join back up. So what he did is he trained soldiers at Camp Butner on survival tactics. You know, how to trap rabbits and stuff. And skin them and cook them. And
Uh-huh.
Granddaddy Hintz worked for Nabisco, supplying flour and other stuff towards government and as well as civilians. Just like one of my favorite stories that got told on my dad at one of the family reunions is when he was a little guy, about 4. He disappeared, and they went searching out around looking for him, and couldn't find him, and they started searching for him at noon, and it was getting close to 6 o'clock, and they got back. Grandma and Granddad got back to the house with some of the search party, and they hear this. coming from somewhere in the house. They found that Dad had gotten down into the basement or the storage area. Wasn't a true basement because you can't dig a basement in sand. And he had gotten into every cookie box, cracker box that was in the storage area that Granddaddy used for samples, and ate the cookies. And Grandma was about to spank the living daylights out of him, and one of his uncles said, don't do it, Dale. That stomach ache's gonna be more than any punishment you can give him."
Oh my gosh. Some
So
things us chillins have to learn the hard way.
my Uncle Mike had this, when he get mad at my grandmother, he had this weird way he thought he was punishing her. He would go around to the closest telephone pole and start hitting his head against the telephone pole till he bled, and then come home crying, thinking that was
Yeah.
punishing my grandmother.
I have an image in my mind of dear old sweet grandmother knitting with the other ladies in the living room, doing that look over the top of the glasses to make sure the men were outside
Yeah.
comparing lawnmowers and them giggling. So, did you convince yours to beat his head against the pole today? No, dear. I let him have the day off. Oh, man.
Well, when my dad was little, this is before they moved actually to Wilmington proper. They lived over off Carolina, in the Carolina Beach area. And the only reason he's alive to this day is at that time period, Carolina Beach area, they literally rolled up the sidewalk when it started to get dark, because he was bouncing on the bed like he wasn't supposed to, and bounced right out of the third-story window and landed on his head in the soft sand.
Oh,
It's like,
learned a valuable lesson.
yeah. Uh,
Well, I made it halfway through intermediary, but I'm 33 minutes late for feeding the kitty catties. I'm sure the mom
yeah,
cat's sitting out
you
there
need to get
giving
ready to
me.
go get food for yourself and your pretty lady.
Oh no, she does her own thing. She eats the same every day.
Oh,
And
okay.
I have a half of a pizza left over from yesterday and a bunch of Mother's Day snacky cakes that they're not cakes, like tater chips and
Yeah.
berries and pineapples, whatever. A bunch of stuff she had assembled for Mother's Day.
Oh, you mean her son didn't take her out for brunch?
No, we lucked into about an hour's worth of visit with him, before he had to run off to the next his grandmother,
Okay.
and then they had to deal with her family scattered everywhere, and they have to both work on today, and they're in the midst of moving to Indiana and all kinds of stuff that, yeah, we had to hang out for a while.
Oh, her son's moving to Indiana?
Yes.
I have to ask, why?
Work,
Oh, okay.
huge, unreal increases in money.
That's good enough reason.
Yeah, they put up with a lot of stuff, him and the wife Her name's Jill. They pay their dues. They keep their head down and fly right and avoid the radar.
Yeah.
And her more so than him because she's got just more years in the places that are like that.
Yeah.
And she's good at managing and some kind of training or whatever it is she does. And when they say do things like, hey, pack up and move to, for a while, she didn't move like she's moving to Indiana. But man, she spent a long time in Atlanta and then somewhere else. They packed her up and sent her off.
Yeah.
But whenever they
Well, if
come up
you're
with these ideas that we need you to go somewhere far away from where you are, how much is it going to cost us? And she says a number, they pay it.
wow.
I would too.
Oh yeah. Well, if I was interested in medical care and I was young and single, I'd become a traveling nurse because they make buku dollars. You don't have to pay rent. You don't have to pay electricity. You don't have to pay any utilities. You don't even have to pay for your transportation. The companies pay for it.
Yeah, some of them. They're getting less and less, especially on the wind down of which the numbers still belie this idea that COVID's gone away.
Well, this was before COVID, long before COVID in '08.
Yep.
I knew someone that did that.
Yeah, my the grandkids' mother, the Priscilla's son's first wife,
Mhm.
she works in medicine and radiology and cath labs in the cardiology unit.
Yeah.
But her older sister, now passed away, was one of those traveling nurses that just too unreal money. Like every time we see her, is where's your sister now? Arizona. Where's your sister now? Colorado. Where's your sister now? Somewhere else, Boston.
Yeah.
Yep. The sister girl was always moving around and just, well, let's see. It says 24 here. Let's see what it says. When we refresh, we got 25. We got 2 green check marks and a halfway. We did good because we did spend some time looking at Marilyn Monroe's movie. There was something else I was thinking about doing. We'll just close all that. There is a second watching, according to my out-of-date stats page saying. We'll drag this one back over here and let everyone have a look. Oh, what a little cute kitty catty. She never had done that before in her life. And she's never done it since that one day when she showed back up. She'd been gone about almost a year. She would swing by every now and then and have this leftovers out of this. Down here in the bottom right is a can of those
Yeah.
nasty sardines that my Priscilla eats every day. But that's what a trick her brother would do, is walk around on his hind legs. And if I would make my hand into like a claw shape, he would jump and stick his head in my hand so I could scrub his head. And she never did it. And then she showed up really heavy with the pregnant and was hopping on them back feet trying to get me to scrub her head and feed her. And then she had 3 little babies. My cat. Go back to that one and go to clicky here and right clicky and open a new tab. And it says we are live and we still have 503 subscribers. That's all right. So I will probably sometime this night, while stuffing my face, I'll let the video of the little dark colored kitty chewing on his mole and growling at everybody, including his mama. because he thought everyone was trying to steal his little mole that Mama gave him.
Yeah.
I'll get that uploaded sometime tonight, and then we'll get more subscribers from the kitty catties. I don't know when, George, we will do this again, and what we'll do during it. Eventually, I still got to think about, do I want to try to stream Warcraft number 3 remastered and reduxed? Apparently, allegedly, they've done something to it again in the last couple months or year.
Yeah.
So we shall see. So for that, I guess we'll say
Have a
thanks
good
everybody
night.
who watched, viewed, chatted.
Thanks for the memories.
Yep. Let me find the OBS thing so I can turn off the streamer. Nope, that's Discord. That one. And I'm going to say stop streaming in 3,